Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I don't know why it feels like I haven't streamed in forever, but I think it was because I didn't stream on Sunday, so it feels a little weird. feels a little weird when I haven't streamed. I'm just gonna do something really quick. And so we just ignore in chat when you see this. And hopefully that should fix the situation. So I use the Twitch integrated throwing system, and for some reason the Twitch integrated throwing system has been having an issue. Which is it's not connecting. Because the Twitch bot here was not connecting for some reason. I don't know why. Apparently, the way to fix it was to enable moderator. Did you have your 16 ounces of coffee? Oh my god! No, I did not have my 16 ounces of coffee. Do you want to know how I knew it was 16 ounces of coffee? It's because I brew my own coffee at home. And I use a Keurig, and I can say like how many ounces I wanted it to be, and it was like a pretty big cup. So I was like, yeah, sure, 16 ounces of coffee sounds fantastic. So I had 16 ounces of coffee. Anyways, that's how it is. Okay, that's just how it be. That's how it be sometimes. Also, I did take some time out of my day to upgrade my mic settings a little bit. So if I sound a little bit different, I hope I sound a lot better than what I used to. I just saw this short earlier today. I laughed so hard. Good. I'm glad. That was a damn good short, man. That was a damn good short. I couldn't not make that a short. I saw it and I did it and I was like, I need to make that a short. 16 ounces of coffee? Yeah, no one's gonna believe me, but it was 16 ounces of coffee. Plus creamer. So maybe it was about like 20 ounces of coffee if you add the creamer. Yes, I do put in 4 ounces of creamer because I do not like my coffee to be black as my soul. I need to put at least some creamer in there, you know, to lighten it a little bit. I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster. But I'm gonna check really quickly on the Twitch integrated throwing system. Is it now fine? Oh my gosh, that fixed it. Making it so that the bot is a manager fixed everything. Hooray! So now you're able to throw stuff at me again. I was a little concerned that you wouldn't be able to do that anymore, and I was like, well, there goes my 15 bucks for nothing. And apparently a lot of people have been having like problems with Question, is it audible to you guys? I can't hear it. I didn't hear the yippies. There's no sound. Why is there no sound? No, there wasn't. It's not showing up that it's a sound. There was something that changed. I don't hear it anymore.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I heard that. Hi, how are ya? That still works because that's a different bot. Do you want to know how many
I'm sure it's not that noticeable. Oh,
Excuse me.
All right.
Excuse me. Did you need to bring me closer to do that? Did you really need to do that with me being close? Look, well, you know what? Screw it. I guess with Twitch integrated throwing system, I cannot hear anything, and you can't either. So it was meant to be. Don't look at me with that cat face. What is that cat face? What is that face? What? I don't understand anymore. Anyways, I do hope that you guys like the upgraded audio sounds. Apparently, Jose said that I sound a lot better. Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Look, I'm just a little bald egghead trying to do what she wants to do, okay? Alright? I gotta do what I gotta do, okay? It must be done. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. You always sound nice. Thank you. It's more of just like I wanted it to sound like a little bit better, because basically it feels like I needed to scream into my mic to be where I needed to be, and now I'm like speaking at my normal speaking voice. This is normally how I talk. I know that Jose might say differently, but most of the time I try to talk like this. I do have a lot of inflections though. I do have a lot of inflections with my voice, so I wanted to make sure that I also caught that. Ayo, froggy dances, froggy dances, froggy dances, froggy dances. Oh, I got my hair back. Hooray! But anyways, so today we are going to be drawing some sketches of some characters. Basically, I kind of need to get this done, especially considering that for about the next few chapters of the comic, these characters will be showing up. I will say this much, we probably will be doing this where I sketch some of these characters and kind of just have some fun. You know, you might get to learn some stuff about them that isn't going to be in the comic completely, because I can't put everything in the comic, but I can talk about the characters a little bit. So I do have a few characters here, and also you guys are going to be introduced to a slight redesign of Art's brother. Yes, in the lore, Art does have a brother. I do have a brother. I actually do have a brother. So, but this person isn't inspired by my brother. It is more of just, it'll be explained later on why she has a brother, but just for the comic she does. But yeah, I don't know how to explain it any more than that. But we're going to be going over 4 very important side characters that I have not really been able to sketch, but definitely need to, because these guys are really, really important. And we're going to switch over to the drawing session so I can explain to you why. So, oh my gosh, why do I not know how to do anything here? Without any further ado, oh, about. Also, I did take everything down that was Halloween themed, so it's all gone now. I know, big sad, had to be taken down. We're all back to normal, no spookiness, no spooks, no nothing anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize, but that's how it is. I'm gonna move the mic a little bit lower, so because the mic can kind of be in my way. I did move my mic to be in a different position, but also in a different way so that it's actually closer to my mouth, so without losing tracking. So we all Gucci here. So all the spooky pictures up, but that's okay. So we're gonna go over some of the characters. So before we dive into this, these characters are not going to be revealed until like very few months from now. So if you are watching on YouTube with this in the future, well, I don't know. These could be out right now, and you could read it, and you could see these characters in action. But right now, we're just gonna do the sketch of them, and that's pretty much it. I'm not gonna go fully into doing full-on colors and stuff like that because I kind of want to take the time to experiment with colors on my own with them. I do already know kind of what some of their color palettes are gonna be, but let's kind of go into some of the characters. So all of these characters are high-ranking members of the church because yes, there is religion, there's gods, so there are religions. This is the main religion of Kiesh, which art is a Kiesh. Again, if you understand the comic, this makes sense to you. There are seven different communities within the world. Kiesh is one, and Kiesh is the first area we are going to be in. Now, Kiesh are the people. The place we're going to go to is Siren, which is named after the god Siren. And these people are the main pillars of the church, and they are the high priest and priestesses. So yeah. Also, it doesn't work very much like the normal like church system. So I am an ex-Catholic, I will say that much, and these people are inspired by the Catholic Church a little bit in the sense of their clothing, but not really their practices, because Art's brother, whose name is Let, is married. So they do have marriages, they do have relationships, okay? They don't take a vow of celibacy. So there's that. Well, it depends. Some people do, some people don't. It just depends. But the first character here that we're gonna be I did kind of sketch her out, but I kind of like want to resketch her a little bit more. Oh, look at that, an announcement for the comic, which you can. I like how that popped in right when I was starting to talk about the characters. That's so funny for the announcements. I like Twitch. I like the little Twitch announcements that I can basically put on autopilot with my stuff. It's so great. I'm glad I figured out how that worked. Very perfectly timed. Yes, always perfectly timed here. But anyway, so we're gonna be looking at the first one that I kind of have sketched out a little bit. I think you can kind of tell what they're based on. Yes, they are based on nuns. At least this person is based on a nun for their attire. But this is the priestess of the rain. So she is oh my gosh. So she has dominion over the House of Rain. And yes, they do have different houses. So she has the dominion over the House of Rain, which, if you don't know, George is the deity of rain. So technically this is George's high priestess. So this is the elite person, you know. Of course, I had to give her an umbrella. And yes, an umbrella is her weapon. I accidentally kind of put their weapons also in their design, except for Let, because I didn't do that with him. But yeah. So without any further ado, so I don't have names for them because I'm gonna think of names for them later. But she's kind of cool. I don't know. I liked her design. And then we have Art's. This is Art's brother. Everybody say hi. Hi, Art's brother. Yes, in the comic, Art does have a brother. I do have a brother in real life, but I do have a brother in real life, but this is not referencing him or inspired by him. He doesn't even know that this is happening, okay? Like, My brother has no my actual brother has no associations with this character. This is just a character I put in. But there is a reason, and I will not explain that until later because that's how comic works, and I don't want to give too much spoilers of the comic. But he has 2 outfits technically. So he has this outfit, which is based on a cardinal. So if you've ever looked at Roman Catholics, if you look at cardinals, and I mean cardinals of the Catholic Church, you will see this. They don't have this thingy. This thingy is an add-on. This little thingy. I don't know. I just added it for funsies. But I want to do some more tie-down sketches with the first 2, and then the other 2 I'm gonna kind of sketch other stuff. This is gonna be the High Priestess of Wind. Okay. I know they have a fan. People are gonna be like, oh, are you making a reference to Heaven's official? Yes. Yes, I am. I am making a reference to Heaven's official blessing, okay? Let me do what I want to do, okay? But this one is actually, now she's not a god. Again, this is the High Priestess, so she's not a god. Heaven's official blessing. Oh my gosh, talking about Heaven's official blessing, did you guys see that they're making a short movie about, okay, so I don't know if they're making a short movie about all of the 4 big stories, which is like the 4 like legendary stories where it's like basically Rainmaster, Windmaster, Earthmaster, and also and also I'm sorry, I always mispronounce his name. Gilan. I don't know. Sometimes I remember how to say it and sometimes I do not. So I'm just gonna call him XL for now, okay? But yeah, you know who I'm talking about, but I always mispronounce his name. Sometimes I remember how to say it, sometimes I don't remember how to say it. But and also him. So we're supposed to get all of their stories and also apparently the stories of all of the 4 calamities. But I'm like, how are you supposed to do that? You're supposed to put the 4, that doesn't make sense. So I don't know how that's gonna happen, but okay. I will like Rainmasters though, because I think that we didn't get enough of Rainmaster in the actual, like at least for the English translation. I don't think that we got enough of not Windmaster, Watermaster. I love Watermaster. I think that she is the definition of a badass queen without being too badassy, you know? Like, she's just perfect enough, okay? And then Windmaster. Windmaster is his own thing, okay? Windmaster is awesome. But I am gonna kind of base a little bit of the flamboyanty personality of this character off of the Windmaster. So if you do like the Windmaster, yeah. It's just something. Zhiling or something like that. Very rusty. Yeah, I know. Actually, speaking about Dame, speaking about Dame novels, Jose, my boyfriend, went to Barnes & Noble and he was like, hey, are there any books that you want? Because I'm going to go to Barnes & Noble and I'm going to pick up a few things for me and I'm going to pick, do you want anything? So I gave him a little list. Now, it was a little list. And I was like, okay, so the other Dames that I did start reading, like I have volume 1 of, are ones that I was kind of interested in reading or like reading about, like, you know, I had heard was good, so I picked it up, you know. So we have the Disabled Tyrant's Pet Fish. We have Stars of Chaos and Thousand Autumns. I will say I think I need to reread Stars of Chaos because I think I didn't understand much when I was reading it. but it's because it's like kind of, I wouldn't say it's difficult to read. I think it's more of my brain. I was like trying to turn off my brain when reading it, and that wasn't like really a good idea. I don't know. For some reason, it was hard for me to comprehend my brain around certain concepts because it is like a, it's kind of sci-fi fantasy than it is like old like historical fantasy kind of dame. So that's interesting. But I do think I want to continue that. I just don't know how I feel about it because I do believe that the main two love interests. Okay, so the main character that we're following, like when he's introduced, he's like 14. And then I guess who he's supposed to end up being with is like over 20. But I don't think that they get together until they're an adult. So I just don't know. I want to continue it because they're not together. Like they just view themselves as like, they kind of have like it seems like a very rocky relationship. It's more of like the older guy kind of views him as more of a child, which good, and the child also views him as more of an adult, of a fatherly, a quote bad fatherly figure. I don't know, but I do believe that they do get together when they're older. So I just need to read it more. I think also I just need to read it a little bit more closely. Now, again, I could be wrong because I haven't finished it and I haven't seen much about it. Like, I'm trying to go into it very blind. So it's like, that's my interpretation for right now, only based off of the first volume. But I do want to continue reading it because I did hear that this person has also made Guardian, and Guardian is also really good. So I do have high hopes. I think it's just more of, you know, they met when the one person was really much younger, but they didn't end up in a relationship until they were very much older, which, yeah, can sometimes happen. Which is fine, you know? Consenting adults, I don't care. Because the main thing about it in the actual thing is it doesn't feel like a dame yet, right? It doesn't feel like these two are trying to get together in any sort of romantic thing. It's just like these two have a sort of fatherly son relationship-ish, but not even that, because they're still like more like rocky in that kind of relationship. So yeah, again, I will say it is interesting nonetheless. It's a very interesting like world building that it has to it, and I think that writer does really good world building. Actually, a lot of the dames do really interesting world building as well. Thousand Autumns was good. I do want to continue that, but unfortunately, I don't really feel like reading those right now because, again, I want to reread Stars of Chaos before I get the second volume. And so I told my boyfriend just to pick up the Disabled Tyrant's Pet Fish because that was really funny. I actually really enjoyed reading that. I had so many laughs with it that I didn't even care what I was like, this is funny. So I kind of was like, you know what? I've been feeling a little espresso, so I want to read something funny, you know? I want to read a little lightheartedness. From my read for ages. It is really good. It's really funny. It's really, really sweet. I think book 2 also is very, very sweet too. Like it continues that. It's basically a rom-com, but the funny thing is I don't really read rom-coms. I don't read this kind of stuff. And yet I'm really enjoying this. So I think it just needs to have like an aspect of fantasy to it, but also like a romantic comedy to it too. So it's really great. I will say what's funny, and this is a little bit of spoilers at the nearing the end of like the book, but it's just like a really funny scene. Okay, so it's not spoiling too much for you, but basically like this disabled tyrant was like looking at like I'm trying to think, like different like martial art techniques, right? And you know, and there's like a bunch of different ones, like, you know, if you read Thousand Autumns, it kind of goes into like all the different kinds of different martial arts and how different people would be with it, and also like I guess a somewhat quote, I say quote religious aspect, but it's more of like a quote spiritual aspect to it. So I think Thousand Autumns like really helped me to understand like kind of like the fighting style and spiritual aspects of all of that sort of stuff. So it's like giving me much more perspective of like what's going on. But anyways, the disabled tyrant's pet fish, the tyrant is like looking through these, and he's like trying to figure out like all these different like things, and he's like showing it to the fish. I can't say why because it's a little bit of spoilers if you want to read through it without going into it much, but he gets to dual, oh my gosh, it's like dual something, but the point of the dual one is like I'm trying to remember. The point of the dual one is let's just say 18 plus activities need to happen in order for it to work. It's one of like the few ones that it's like one of the few ones that do that or like recommend that, and how it works. Like it's supposed, the reason it's called dual, it's because it's supposed to be like 2 partners, and yeah. So I'll just say that much for it. And it's really funny because the fish doesn't know what it means, and the fish just goes, is like all happy and splashing around, and the tyrant knows what it means, and he just looks at the fish and just goes, no. It's so funny. It's like, it makes more sense when you read through it more, because the dialogue that's happening is just really funny. Also, it's just a great read. It's just really funny. It's just great. It's so, it makes me laugh thinking about it. So I was like, I'm so happy that I'm gonna get that and read it because it is good. If you're looking for something funny and a dame, highly recommend it. I do believe it is 17 and up though, or I think it actually might be 18 and up. So I think it eventually does get some spicier scenes. But for right now, it's like, even if there are spicy scenes in it, it's just so much funny. Like, it's so funny. I would read it and just, I wouldn't care. But yeah. So anyways, I've been talking for so long about you get me on the topic of dames and I will not stop talking. But anyways, so we have that, and then we have the high priestess, of the winds, and then we have the high priest of thunder. Oh, by the way, I didn't even mention who Let was. Let is the high priest of lightning. So all of them are the different variations of the storms or something to do with the sky, which is of course thunder, lightning, wind, and rain. And then of course we do have the head the head priest of Ciruam, which is the overall arching god, and that will be based off of the Pope, but I didn't make them for this. I just wanted to sketch like these 4, because these 4 are more important. Because you're not really gonna see the Pope guy, and there's a reason for that. There is a reason. The reason? I don't know. I don't want to draw them. Maybe I just don't want to draw them. But yeah, but you will be seeing all of these guys. Also, fun fact, in the comic, Art's mother, her adoptive mother, is, or used to be, the High Priestess of the Winds. So, yeah. So just fun little facts there. She used to be. She isn't now, because she left. She technically was forced to leave, but it was either she continues being High Priestess and abandons Art, or choose to leave and she gets to basically be with Art and her father. Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff that I would love to put into the comic with like all the little like story stuff, but all of the background stuff just helps to write the story better, because then it makes sense for why some of the connections are so strong between them. I like why it works. So sometimes putting background stuff to your characters, even if it's not going to be in the main story, can sometimes help in order to connect and understand what's happening between the characters. So, yeah. So never be afraid to put, like, a lot of background to your characters, because it's okay, because it's going to help you figure out why they make the decisions that they do. So anyways, I kind of want to do some tie-down work with this one. Oof. But yeah. So again, I don't have names for any of them. I might come up with names later. The only one I have names for, a name for, is Let. This is Let Therendel, because Art is of the Therendel family, which it is gonna get explained in, I believe, chapter 6. Well, 6 and 7, because it's gonna kind of roll over. But it's gonna be explained, like, whose Art's biological parents are. I tend to write their like. Yeah, it does give you a really good like feel of the character. Even like when I was sketching these guys, I kind of like keep, sometimes I don't write it, I just kind of keep it in the back of my head. Okay, just so you guys know, the entire story of The Art of Chaos is written in bullet points. There is no script. Everything that is written per chapter, I write in the thumbnailing. That is the script. It's dumb, but that's how it is. And then all the characters' backstories. No, it's just hello. Jose has awakened. Praise be the Lord's. He is waiting. No, I'm joking. Hello, Jose. But all of the characters and everything about them. Ow!
Giga Chad husband.
You are a Giga Chad husband. Wow, 18 months. Bro, we have 2 babies now. Damn. What is that? Two stream babies now? Damn. We growing. Oh my gosh. Jose. Wait, what? What? Why does my chibi have the chibi drip on? Well, I guess it's staying on. I guess I must have put this on and I forgot to take it off of the chibi? Well, I guess it's staying on now. But anyways, I was talking about characters. Yeah, I just keep most of the character stories in the back of my head. I do believe that I should probably write them down at one point, but I think I need to like take a moment to like really write them down. But if I do write it down, I'm probably gonna like, I need like a journal. I need like a journal or something and write it down in, like a hard copy journal. The reason being is because I want to keep anything that I might change, so I have like a record of the past. You know what? Binder it, bro. Binders? I could do binder. Because then I can always add more pages when I think of more ideas. When I think of more shit to add. Honestly, that's how I am. It's like, okay, the character does this, but it can do more, right? It can do so much more, right? By the way, Let wasn't even a character when I had started like really thinking about this. Let came into being like a while later because I like finally like cemented like a lot of stuff that fixed a lot of problems, and Let fixes so many problems. I can't tell you what all the problems he fixes, because if I told you that, well, it wouldn't be a surprise for later. He's a surprise tool. That's for later. So. See, if you watch these, you get a lot of cool, interesting lore things. Because who wouldn't like a bit of lore? I mean, basically, it's just me. This entire stream is just me so I can oogle and google over my characters. And also apparently talk about Dame novels. Look. It is what it is. Oh yeah, but Jose, how do I sound? Now that you can actually hear me, how do I sound? We were testing a lot of stuff. Also, I finally fixed Twitch integrated throwing system. I fixed it. I knew what was wrong. I needed to make the bot an admin. Or not an admin, a moderator for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why that fixed it, but it is what it is. I hope I sound buttery. I don't know. Oh, by the way, I'll talk a little bit about Halloween, because Halloween was literally yesterday. So we did not have that many trick-or-treaters, and a lot of people have been talking about, like, how it just seems that, you know, a lot of people, like, trunk-or-treat has, like, ruined, like, I hear so many people saying, like, oh, well, trunk-or-treat has, like, ruined everything, and I'm like, not really. Or at least not in the way that you think it has. I think it's more of there's a lot more worry about walking up to a door and knocking on it. I haven't seen anyone trunk or treat in my neighborhood. No, it's the trunk or treat like areas. So there'll usually be like on like a company or no company, a corporate, a community like billboard situation where they just say like, hey, we're gonna have a trunk or treat over here, and it's kind of like publicized on like Facebook and stuff because it's mostly on Facebook, like Facebook and Instagram where these trunk or treats are happening, and then you go over there and you just kind of like, you know, that's just kind of how it works. But I will say this much, like, I don't think it's the trunk or treat situation. I think it's just like, you know, you never know with people when you knock on their door, you know, because the parents are like by the street. So I think there's just like more worry and skepticism and all of that sort of stuff. And apparently just kids don't do that anymore. They just don't go and knock on the door. I think it's because of the parents, and I think it's just also just society, you know. I think there's just a lot of that. But I also think like there's just not a whole lot of kids as well. You know. At least there's not a whole lot of kids where I am. And the other thing is like some people just don't trick or treat anymore. So you have a few situations where there's people that do trick or treat and there's people that don't. It's just how it is. Kids now don't. Yeah, I only saw 3 groups when I was walking my dog yesterday. It does seem like, 1, there's not a lot of kids, and 2, if there are kids, they just don't. And I think also, like, you know, there's also, like, just a lot of situations that has happened within society, you know? We live in a society. But it is kind of sad to sometimes see that when it happens. But hey, you know what? More candy for me. No, I'm joking. Most of the candy that I got, I don't even like, so. But I do think it's like, it's kind of sad, but I also understand in some aspect why some parents probably don't want their kids to trick or treat. I think also the rise of almond moms probably did it too.
Inside me there are 2 wolves, and those 2 wolves are inside each other.
Well, I don't know how to react to that, George. I think George has been quiet for so long, I forget that George was there. You just gotta, like, forget when you have something. Not the almond moms. Yeah, the almond moms. I have to bring up the almond. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I gave her such anime hair. Which is like so weird because it's like she's supposed to be the deity of rain, and I'm like, I don't know what this gives for rain. I guess I'm just gonna have to go with it for now. I do kind of like it though. I think I like this design. I think it's just simple enough. Sometimes there's designs that I have to redesign over and over again because I just go, I don't think it's them yet. And then there's other times where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? This design works. Even if I need to change it later, well, it will be some months between when we first see her to compare to when we next see her. So there we go. Kind of reminds me of whirlpools. Oh, yeah, I guess so. With like hurricanes and stuff. Yeah, I could see that. But I will say, when I was thinking about all the character designs, I slowly was like, well, if this is supposed to be a high priestess, let me like reference like Catholic stuff for some reason. And then it ended up leading me to this. So yes, her outfit is inspired by nuns. But she is supposed to technically, you know, I was gonna make her have like a headdress, but then I was like, I think that's a little too much nun. Because I still want it to be relatively like referencing, but not everything.
If you think about it, pregnant women are just flesh Gundams that carry the baby.
What? I need to have a button for just for this kind of stuff, and just saying, and the VTuber was too stunned to speak. Like, Jose, when you said that you miss doing this, it's been so long that I literally don't know how to react anymore to it. Usually I just brush it off, but now I'm just like, what? Jose, now I can't unthink this. Now all I'm gonna see is a freaking Gundam when I look at a pregnant woman. What the heck, Jose? Why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? I don't understand anymore. I'm just gonna continue drawing, excuse me. It's like I'm so done that I'm just like, screw this, draw. She will have another eye, I'm just not drawing it because it's just a sketch. When I do sketches, I usually don't draw the other eye if I'm just doing it as a sketch. If I was doing this as like a full illustrated project, I'd probably draw the other eye. But right now, no. I'm gonna deal with her umbrella situation later. I might actually just have the umbrella be the umbrella, and what I might do... Okay, so if anyone has read webcomics, like webtoons, I've noticed that a lot of the times what they do is they take the 3D object that they're referencing, like this 3D umbrella, they turn it into an image, and then they just like leave it, and I'm like, that looks so jarring compared to like the rest of the artwork that you're making, because it just looks too realistic. So what I do is I do the same thing, but instead I color it myself. Especially if it does have color. I just color it myself, just because it ends up
If you
fitting
think
in.
about it, ordering through delivery apps makes the food not vegan. You are exploiting humans, a living being, into transporting you food.
Yeah, but they willingly sign up for it, so... now the people that are doing the deliveries are technically signing up and making accounts to be people that deliver food. Therefore, technically it's not exploiting if they willingly consent to doing it. Now, do they willingly consent to being slapped and talked down to? No. But damn. I mean, I guess in a way well, technically all vegan food is not vegan because in order to do it, you still need to hurt animals. Because all the farmland and stuff that you need to clear it of animals. Ergo, all vegan food, all vegetables and stuff like that technically is not vegan.
Canonically, all vegan food is not vegan.
Exactly. Canonically, all vegan food is not vegan because you still do have to harm animals in order to do it. Ergo, completely dissolves the point of what veganism is. Now, veganism for dietary restrictions, understandable, you know? But veganism in the way of how a lot of people created like the vegan community and all of that sort of stuff and being like anti-animal and all this sort of stuff, I'm like, look, do you really want to know what goes into farming? As a person that's been around farmers, trust me, you need to hurt way more animals in order to make greens than you do in order to make a burger. It's sad, but it's true. If you didn't know that, now you do.
Plus, if the crops used in the vegan food comes from monocropping, then technically that's not vegan since it's incredibly damaging to the environment and animals.
Yeah. I like how we're having now just a conversation about veganism while trying to draw characters for my comic. Why do we talk about the most randomest of things? Check Discord. Oh, great. Hold on. If there is consent, yes, Jose. Jose sent me a question. I don't think I can say it. I don't want to say it on stream. But the answer is yes. What is this? What the heck is that meme? What is this meme that you sent? Send me a pot of green meme. All them pot of greed memes are just interesting. Anyways, how about we talk about this character that we're drawing? Again, she doesn't have a name, but she does have a little bit of a backstory. So you might be wondering, how do people become high priests and priestesses? Well, it is dependent on their magical abilities. Or, well, we don't even say magic, we say their ability to reform chaos, or the art of chaos. Yes, the magic system is called creating the art of chaos. So technically, the comic is named after the magic system, but it will also mean something else later on. So, fun facts of why the comic is named the way the comic is. So it depends on your particular art of chaos. So there's 7 different arts of chaos, which is, sky, water, earth, rock, land, and fire, and spirit. Those are the 7 Did I name them all? I think I did. Oh, and transformation. I forgot that one. So those are the 7 ones. And depending on how powerful you are in that of these art of sky, then you become a high priest or priestess. So yeah, and that's how she was able to get there. She had great arts over that of creation of rain and also study and manipulation of it.
So canonically I can master transformation and be Optimus Prime.
No, only if you're from the particular race or, well, community that it's from, which is Varel's community. They're called the Fergals. They are the masters of that art. Technically speaking, the different people cannot master the other arts because it is kind of biological. I tie it to biology. If you're a half, so if you're like half Fergal and half Keish, there's a possibility that you can master both of them. However, it is very rare to master both. So usually you will only be born with one of that. You cannot do all of it. That makes Luthador an enigma. Luthador will be explained. Because if you read chapter... What was the chapter? Yeah, chapter 3. Oh no. There was an ad. Well, if you read chapter 3, because this isn't spoilers, Luthador does talk about his powers. Which... That is part of it. That is not all that he can do. That's the thing with him. He's a little different. But technically it is kind of like a hard and soft magic system. The hard, I would say, is like biologically you can only have one. Now, there's different arts, but under the arts there's different classes. So you can have different classifications of that art. I will talk about. I hate to be talking about this while there's an ad going, so we'll talk about it in a second. I'll just sketch this and I'll explain when they come back from the ads. Because I don't want to do this when people are in ads. I feel like that's very disingenuous to be talking about it. But for YouTube, I never know when you guys are getting ads. By the way, for you, because for YouTube, I was looking at doing dual streaming.
Sponsored by Flex Tape.
Yeah, we are sponsored by Flex Tape right now. No, we're not. We are not sponsored by Flex Tape. But
Flex Tape fixed my marriage.
George, when did you get married? When did you get married, George? I don't recall that happening. I don't have that in your backstory. Do I need to add that?
When you got sponsored by Flex Tape.
You just made up a marriage just so we could be sponsored by Flex Tape. Flex Tape, if you do sponsor me, it will fix George's marriage. I don't know how, but it will. Watch me get an email saying like, hey, this is up for Flex Tape. We're gonna fix your marriage. I want to talk about story stuff, and everything's like, no, you can't talk about story. I will say, I swear to God, drawing this comic has made me so much better at drawing shoes. Hello, is everyone back from the ads so I can talk about stuff? So I was trying to say that there is a hard and and soft magic system. Because if you read in chapter 3 that Art used like a spell in order to send out a message, yes, there is a soft magic system, but there's only a few spells that exist. There is not like a multitude of them. So it's not like it's kind of like a little bit like Harry Potter in a way. Like Harry Potter doesn't have a lot of spells, it only has a few. But also the same thing applies within that of the world of the art of chaos. There is only a few spells. So it is a hard and soft magic system, but for the most part, every person only has one art of chaos, but they have different classes of chaos. And not like a class system. What I'm talking about is like in that umbrella branch of the art, there is sub ones, which is the different classes. So our little rain priestess here only has the class of rain, so she can only do anything with rain. She can't do anything with lightning. She can't do anything with wind. She can't do anything with like a thunder or something like that. She can't do that. And then Let, Art's brother, is under the class of lightning. That's also why Art has lightning, because if you saw in chapter 1, she was using lightning abilities. She can produce electricity, but she cannot aim it. That's why she wasn't using it when she was fighting Axe. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but she was not fighting Axe with her magical abilities. The reason being is because she cannot direct it. She needs to use her spear in order to direct her lightning. So her spear is as much a weapon as it is also a lightning rod. A literal lightning rod. And yeah, but for the most part, she just uses her lightning to help her to kind of gain. She can increase her speed with her lightning, so that's something she can do with her body. But it does hurt her, so she can't use it all the time. She can only use it in brief moments. But she can produce lightning as well. It's just that she cannot manipulate or control it. So her power is a little bit untamed, which can be very dangerous. So that's why she usually does not use it during fights. She uses more of her own body, meaning like she uses her shortness in order to be able to avoid stuff, but also uses her powers to like give her a speed boost when she needs it. Because she would have 100% been cut in half by Axe if she did not use her speed boost to jump out of the way. But she could only use it for that amount of burst, because if she used it any longer, then it would have hurt her. So that's why she just runs normally the rest of the time. So there is reasons to why they are the certain way that they are. Let, on the other hand, does still also have powerful lightning abilities, but he can control it. And it can be because Art was not really taught how to control hers, because she was raised by a person of a different class under the Art of Chaos, which was wind, because her mother has wind abilities. So it's kind of hard to teach somebody with lightning abilities when you have wind. So it's like trying to teach somebody to ride a bike, but you're using a skateboard, you know, but they're doing a skateboard. Like you're teaching them to ride a bike, but you're riding a skateboard. So there's two different methods to how you're supposed to do it. So yeah, so that's some fun like classifications of how the magic system works. Of course, I didn't really like write it down, but this is just how it works. Again, most of the stuff that I talk about and what I say is like saying with a grain of salt, because I haven't written it down, but I just know that this is how the system works. there is an umbrella, there's different subsects to that, and then there's also spells. There are very few spells, because one, I didn't really want to put spells into it, so I just have it being that there are some universal spells that can be used, but you have to be careful, especially if you're using a spell from a different class. So technically there is a spell to use like disguise self in a way, which is a transformation spell. However, you have to be careful when you use it, because if you use it incorrectly, you could be stuck like that. So there is some repercussions for using it. But if you're from the same class, so like Art's from the same class where her spell came from, to use it to send a message, which was to send a message by the wind. Because the winds are supposed to be the messenger of gods. So because it is a wind magic and she's under the umbrella classification of sky, she can use it without very much repercussions. And that spell doesn't really have many repercussions at all, other than maybe the winds will just slap the letter back in your face. That's about it. And I just wanted to... There are some repercussions to using magic, or, well, using chaos in the world. There can be physical repercussions, and there can also be that of psychological repercussions as well. In a way, Luthador's magic has made him go insane. That's why he went the path that he did. So there are repercussions to when a person uses magic in the world. And there's even sometimes a situation that can happen, which another character, which is part of the main cast, has, which is basically a magical chronic illness. And I call it a magical chronic illness because basically his body, when it uses chaos, it also hurts his body physically. So it does cause damage. So he has to be really careful when he uses it, because if he uses it for a really long time, well, he could unfortunately be hurt for a really long time. So his body is quite in a physical, like, in a physical pain a lot of the time. Because the other thing is, like, you know, everyone's always technically using chaos in an unconscious way. So, technically, his body is always constantly using chaos, meaning that it's always constantly in pain, which is an unfortunate side effect of this disease. And there is no cure. So, it's basically, I wanted to put something... I eat wax. Oh my gosh. What? Mellow? No. We're talking about serious things here. Wax is not one of them. But anyways, so one of the main characters basically in a way, they have chronic illness. That is mainly chronic pain. I just wanted to put a disability. With that particular character, I wanted them to be representative of those that I know are going through chronic illness and are dealing with chronic pain a lot. And I was like, I don't think I can properly represent them in a way that can be truly understood in a sense. So I did kind of make a magical way, but it definitely is not going to be sugar-coated. Like, they deal with a lot of situations. You're going to see this person probably do some stuff that they shouldn't be doing, but they are pushed to do it in an unfortunate situation. Because what are the choices that they have? Because again, at the end of the day, this is like a really, you know, there's a lot of wars, there's a lot of fighting that ends up going on. And yet, I'm still trying to figure out that part of the story with that character to, one, be able to properly represent them, but also, two, to not just like have them just be there because of representation. That's not the reason I made the character. The reason I made the character is that character is there as importance. Because they are important. You know, their illness doesn't define them. It's part of who they are, but that's not who they are. So yeah. I'm still testing a lot of things with that character. I was originally going to have them be using a mobility device with a chair, but I slowly began to realize that I am terrible at drawing chairs. Especially with how I wanted that chair to work and be. I unfortunately don't think I can do it, but I will be giving them a different mobility aid because they do need one. So. Yeah, I wasn't able to give them the one that I wanted to. So. I was just terrible at drawing it. I drew it so many times to try and get it right, and I don't think I was able to accomplish it no matter how hard I tried. Maybe, I don't know. I just don't want to do it I don't want to do it in like a way that people will feel like that's disrespectful, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry, I just couldn't try, right? Maybe I might still keep it in some aspects here and there. Ooh, maybe I might make it a battle chair. That might be cool. Goes into battle with a battle chair. That'd be cool. Like, regular times, they're not using it, but like, adventuring and stuff. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I might do that. I might still keep it around, just not completely. Because one, that thing's probably going to be hard for me to draw with the comic. We think of ideas and solutions. But, you know, the one thing is, like, you know, there's a lot of things I would probably love to put into the comic, but I really can't. Because of limitations and such. Because I am the only person that's really working on it, so there are some limitations I do have to sometimes deal with. Oh my gosh, that's really loud. I'm sorry if you can hear all of my coughs and stuff. Maybe I might try and turn that down somewhat. I'm just gonna like, oh my gosh, why am I forgetting how I'm forgetting how to do laces for some reason. I don't know why that is. There we go. Alright. There we go. Alright, and that's the Priestess of Rain kind of having more of a tied down sketch. I do kind of like this, and I do kind of like that this is referencing a even though that I'm still referencing like a nun here, I did want this collar to be different. And so the collar is mainly representing a lily pad, because George is the deity of rain, so frogs and stuff are definitely important. But I do like her more minimalistic design compared to the others that we're going to be sketching today as well. So, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. For some reason, I am holding a pop-out window because I was trying to just click over here. But for some reason, it became a pop-out video. Or not a pop-out video, it popped out of where it was. So first off, what I'm going to do is raise this up a little bit. And then raise the rest of this sketch up. because he's a little too close to the ground for my liking. By the way, anybody that's popping in, these are all characters for my comic. We're just kind of sketching them out. They're all the high priests and priestesses of a particular religion, which we are going to be meeting these characters probably in chapter 6 and after. I say chapter 6 and after because this person we do meet in chapter 6. This is Art's brother. No, you may not date him. He is married. He is canonically married. Which, yes, we will also be seeing his husband. Yes, he is gay. And yes, he is a priest. Look. Let me do what I want. I might change his hair.
I'll change that.
George, no. No. Jose, go back in the basement where you belong. Oh, I feel like people are going to be like, oh, Art and Let both have these? I'm going to decide this right now. There's a way of how everyone can tell what magic or what class of magic you have based off of your ears. I do have a lot of ear stuff. There's like ear and eye and also horns because there's some characters that have horns. Technically, there's also furries in the world, but I'll get to that when we do more characters. But I think for like the next few weeks, I kind of want to do some sketches of some of the comic some of the characters from the comic. One, because it needs to get done, and two, just because I kind of want to do it. I think that this is like it's just a fun little thing where we just I get to ramble about my comic. I get to ramble whatever I want about my comic, and you guys have to sit here and deal with it. No, but also I get to draw some cool characters that you guys get to all see, right? Alright? Okay, cool. You like this, right? No, you must suffer with this. That's the thing. You know what? No, I'm gonna keep his hair how it is, but I'm gonna bring this down a little bit more. I was gonna do his hair in a different way, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I want to do it that way, because then people are gonna be like, this character looks like that character, and I'll be like, yeah. Well, there was some inspiration, but we'll... But now I kind of want to not do it. If you want to know what character, I was gonna kind of make his hair look like New Violette, okay? Look, I just like New Violette's hair, alright, from Genshin Impact. Bro, I haven't played Genshin Impact in so long, but I just like the character designs. Character designs are really good, and I actually do kind of use them as inspiration. Except Natlan. Natlan's, like, character designs feel like they belong in Honkai Star Rail. Also, I just love that. I love jumping on Twitter, or not Twitter, but I like jumping on TikTok and just seeing all of the people just going through the previous Archon quests and just all the emotional feels, and I'm like, I'm so glad I dropped that game. So I don't have to deal with that emotional torment that you guys all were dealing with. I'm sorry if you had to go through that. I didn't think Genshin would get that dark, considering like out of all of Hoyo versus games, I think that Genshin is like the one that has like the least. I was like, you know, this place looks like it has the least amount of deaths to it. The current Archon quest. Oh, never mind. I guess Genshin's fixing that. So. Hooray. Well, not for you guys. I'm sorry. If you or a loved one has gained emotional distress from Hoyo versus current Archon quest, call now. Call 1-800-SUE-HOYO for your emotional distress. Oh gosh. But yeah, I stopped playing Hoyo just because there was so many quests and I was getting boggled down by everything, and I was just like, yeah, most of these quests I don't really care about, and I just kind of felt like there was nothing more for me to do, and so I just was like, you know what, peace, and that's what I did. I will say I'm not good at drawing eye patches, but hopefully drawing Let's character I can finally get better. And yes, his name is spelled exactly how you think it is. L-E-T. Yep. There is a reason. There is a reason for this. There's also a reason for this. There are reasons of why they're named like this. It will not be explained until later. So you have to finish the comic for that. But in terms of character design, I will say probably Let has a little bit bigger of a transformation than I imagined him to have when it came to his character. Because I had an idea that was inspired by something else, and I decided to change it, like, completely, so.
If you rearrange the letters you get Tall Rat, which is one letter away from Tall Rat, which means art is made of a bunch of tall rats. The Illuminati is real.
What do you mean the Illuminati's real? It's up. It's totally real, okay, guys? It's 100% real. But I'm not a tall rat. I am not a tall rat, okay? That is not what that spells. Do not rearrange my name to say tall rat.
That's what a tall rat would say.
I'm not a rat. No. No, 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 no. We're not gonna do this. No. I am not a rat. Oh my gosh, now all I can think of is the song Rats, Rats, Where are the rats? No, I am not a rat. I don't know why I'm giving you guys such a some musical notes. Oh, by the way, speaking about musical notes, I didn't watch the newest bit of Epic, the musical. But I'll tell you guys this much. I like Epic, the musical, but I also don't like the fandom. I think that the fandom's really bad. I think that the music is fine and all for what it is, but the fandom in itself, I think, is not really good. Just because, like, if you try and say anything like, because the thing is I think in the Odyssey, like, the one thing is all of the gods are just assholes. I'm gonna just say it. They just are, okay? Because the entirety of the Iliad and the Odyssey, it's not the Trojans or the Greeks that are the enemy in the Iliad and the Odyssey. It's the gods. And then the Odyssey, again, the gods are the enemy. And yeah, so also the other thing is Poseidon is not mad at Odysseus for the Cyclops situation. No, actually, that is the only reason that Poseidon is able to go after Odysseus. Because Odysseus directly hurt his blood, right? But I'm gonna be honest out here, Poseidon was already watching him because of the horse situation. So for those that don't know, Poseidon is actually not only the god of the sea and the ocean, he is also the god of horses, because he had because when Athens was going to be named, they were like, hey, who should we make the patron god? And what ended up happening is that both Athena and Poseidon wanted Athens. So, they had a little bit of a competition. So Athena made a olive tree and Poseidon made horses. But the thing was, where Athens was very really terrible rocky terrain. So the horses didn't like it, so they left. Leaving only behind the olive trees, which became abundance of food. And of course, eventually also olive wine. Or, well, not olive wine. I mean, olive oil. So, it ended up becoming oil. So, in turn, who do you think that Athens chose? Well, Athena, because Athens is named Athens. But also, there is a mythology with Poseidon where Poseidon actually built the walls of Troy. So Poseidon is also the patron god of Troy. What did Odysseus do? He got through the walls. How did he do it? Built a horse. The horse, they thought, was going to be an offering to Poseidon, so they brought it inside. So a lot of people don't know this because they're just like, oh, they built a horse and they thought it was like an offering to the gods. Which god specifically? Poseidon. So Poseidon was already mad at Odysseus way before the Cyclops situation, but he couldn't go after him for the horse thing. So what he did was he just made a storm to block their path. And then of course that storm got captured. But beforehand, remember, he did also go to the Cyclops beforehand. So just also keep that in mind. Like, if you I need to like remember the story beats again, but I do believe that the storm does happen before they go to the Cyclops, and then they go to the Cyclops, and then that situation happens, and then now the storm is worse. I would say the storm is definitely worse, but because they do have the bag by the time they get to Poseidon. So yeah. So at first it was just a storm blocking the path, and then the Cyclops situation happened. Then, of course, Poseidon got mad. So the whole entire Cyclops getting blind thing, yeah, that was just a way for Poseidon to basically go after him, because Poseidon probably went to Zeus and said, hey Zeus, can I go after this guy now? And Zeus was like, yeah, sure, because he hurt your own blood, so go. So keep that in mind. Like, the gods are never meant or portrayed to be good in any sort of aspect or way. Even Calypso, because a lot of people are starting to feel bad for Calypso. Even Calypso is supposed to be a villain. Like, she's 100% a villain too. All of the gods are villains. Even Athena is a villain in the Odyssey. All of the gods are the villains in that story. Because instead of Athena staying by his side, she abandoned him at the drop of a hat. And then what? She comes crawling back because, oh, well, sorry, I judged you wrongly. No, like, sorry, but that's not how that works. So yeah, the main person that you can blame for all the shit that happens to Odysseus isn't Odysseus himself. It is the gods. The gods wanted to fuck with him, and they did. That's what they did. So now you know more mythology, but also why I like epic, but also I kind of don't. Because I do think it paints some of the gods in a very nice way, especially Athena. And Athena, I would say, is a very morally gray character, in the sense of they are more, I'm trying to think. Athena in mythology is more than anything a very chaotic, a lawful chaotic god. You know, they have laws and morals, but it's their own laws and morals. So, and again, it also just depends on who's telling the story. So yes, these can be retold in many different ways, but none of the Greek gods are ever benevolent. Very few of them are. For the most part, almost none of those gods are benevolent in any sort of sense. The only few that are, it seems like, are mainly any of the gods that has to deal with the afterlife or death. Because they see the end of human suffering. So, fun things for you now to be known with, and I hope that this knowledge imposed upon you has either lightened or burdened your day with the darkness of my heart. Congratulations. But if I were to talk about this on like TikTok and actually lives, I feel like let's say if I did like an in-depth thing talking about my kind of like how Epic is good unto itself, but when looking at it in the entirety of mythology, it's not good. Somebody actually has some critiques about like saying that some of the stuff needs to be like reordered in the story, and they got death threats from the community. Like, I'm like, they were just saying how the story might flow better if these certain songs are rearranged differently. They weren't saying to get rid of the songs. They were just saying like, hey, have the songs in like this kind of order and it will build the story a little bit better. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you on that. And then people in the comments were like, well, the main person that wrote it, he's the one that organized this. It should be the way that he wants to do it. I'm like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it that way. I'm just saying like, they were just saying like, the story would flow better if they did it this way. But I can also understand why they also did it in the way that they did, because of how musical arcs kind of work. Is you have to have like a big entrance to that arc and then also a big exit to that arc, right? So you have to have like two very big strong songs at the end of it. So that's why it's kind of reorganized the way that it is. Because they were saying how in the Wisdom Saga it should have been the Telemachus one should have been like at the end, and I can kind of agree with that, because then it would make more sense to end with God Games. So I think that makes sense. I can agree with that person. But a lot of the songs, I feel like I will say none of the there's a lot of really big songs that happen in Epic, and I think that for the most part I only really remember the big songs. I don't really remember any of the other songs. I thought there were only like 1 or 2 songs in one of them, and then I find out that there's like 5 or 6 songs in one of, I'm trying to remember what it's called, in one of the sagas. Like there's like 5 or 6 songs in one saga, and I'm like, oh, there's more songs in here. Well, I wonder what they are, and then I listen to them and I'm like, oh, these are very forgettable songs. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. They are kind of forgettable songs in a sense, because they're not, I would say, they tell the story, but they don't offer anything more. I think they're just there to fill in some gaps in between some of the songs. Because the thing is like, if this was a full musical, I would immediately get rid of those songs. Those songs don't need to be there, because you could replace it with dialogue and acting. But because this is not a full like musical with acting and like parts in between, you kind of have to do it with the songs. So I can understand that. But most of the songs are very forgettable songs in a way. I'm not saying that all of them are. It's just that, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember half of the songs, because my friend like played it for me. I only remember the songs that were like the ones that ended up like trending on TikTok. Like, you know, the big important songs. Like right now, the only song of the Vengeance Saga that I know, there's 2 songs, is the ending song, and I believe Hermes, the one with Hermes in it. And that's it. Those are the only 2 that I know of the entirety of the Vengeance Saga that are pretty impactful. And I think like part of another song. But yeah. So, again, I do like a lot of the stories. I think that the story of Epic is also just really good. It's just like, I think it doesn't work completely as songs. It would be nice if it did have like some dialogue, but I also understand like, you know, kind of limited, but still some of them songs are bangers, man. Some of the songs are real bangers. So I still do recommend, like, if you really like mythology and you really like this stuff, I'd recommend the Percy Jackson the musical. Those songs are pretty good. Yes, they did make a Percy Jackson the musical. So if you want like that kind of stuff, you can listen to that one, especially if you're a Percy Jackson fan. Epic the musical is really great. Hades Town, I do also recommend. That's another one. That one's really good. That one's like an interesting twist on like the underworld and making it like a industrial revolution. But that Hades Town is inspired by the myth of Orpheus and Eurydice. It is inspired by that myth, which is a myth that I've never really seen like redone in like such a like in this kind of way before, and especially with like it being a kind of industrial revolution style. So like everything is like trains, and like the way that they're dressing is very like 1920s. It's like really it's really like nice, but it also has like so much like grunge to it as well. It's like really good. I think like it makes it just works so well. I love it. So I gave you like two actual musicals and then also Epic the musical. But if you listen to Hades Town, there's a lot of stuff that happens in between the songs, but you can kind of see with how their songs go that you can still understand the story of what's happening without actually like fully diving into the story. Yeah, if you didn't know, I was also a musical theater nerd. If you didn't notice that. Yeah, I was a theater kid, okay? I actually didn't do theater until like later on in high school, but I don't know. I think if like I brought like Epic the musical to the theater professor or like theater teacher, I do think like, you know, he would say like, you know, it would be better if you reorganize this stuff, but I think he would also appreciate it as well in some aspects. Because I think, you know, he would say like, you know, it is a passion project. And I think that for what it is, it's a really good passion project. At the end of the day, it is pretty good still. No matter what he's doing is absolutely amazing. Also, I will say this much. I do hate that, because each time that a new saga comes out, there's like more people that end up finding it and kind of beginning to join it and like it. And there was an issue where apparently someone was claiming that the illustrations because there's like covers to the sagas, they were saying like, oh, this stuff is AI generated, like the art is AI generated. And I'm like, look, this guy is not that dumb. He's going to pay artists to do it. And so he came out with receipts and was like talking about like how he hires all these artists and all this stuff. And basically it was like the nicest way to say, no, this isn't AI. We pay our artists. We pay artists to draw this amazing artwork. I'm like, Thank you, sir. You were doing a great service. Because he never said it in a mean way. He's a very nice guy. He would not say it in a mean way. And all the people and animators that he works with too, because there are little bits of animation to like almost every song now. So it's really cool. And there's a lot of like other, and you know, it's encouraged for other animators to like make animatics and stuff for the songs. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. I kind of want to make one, but I would only use it in the sense of the comic. The reason being is because some of it actually works. I won't say what, but some of it does. I can tell you a few of the songs that actually work for stuff in the comic that are basically spoilers without saying spoilers. No Longer You works. I won't tell you how, but it does. I'm trying to remember the other ones. See the World with Open Arms, kind of? A little bit. Not completely. That one works. For the comic. Thunderbringer works. But not in a way that you think it does. But Thunderbringer works. These are all Epic the Musical songs that literally work in the comic. Like, actually in context within the comic. Thunderbringer works. Get in the Water works. But that's for like arc 2 of that's for the water arc. So currently within the comic we are in the sky arc. In the water arc, Get in the Water works. Again, not in the way that you think it does. Most of these songs do not work in the way that you think that they will. Also, I will say this much. All of the Hermes songs are just a bop. Hermes comes on the screen and I just go, I know this song's gonna be good. I love This Is Going to Be I think the song is called This Is Going to Be Dangerous. Bro, that song is good. It slaps for no reason. And the animation is just top tier because the Hermes like character like in the animation starts twerking. Like, come on, that's funny. If you want to see it, it is on YouTube. It is available on YouTube because they do like live stream through all of the sagas and stuff. And I'm just like, that's so cool. So you can go and watch it. And it's like, it's so great. I freaking love it. And just the fact that Hermes is twerking. Like, Hermes 100% would do that. Can confirm. But also, I do have a theory as to why Hermes is helping Odysseus so much. I think that he is helping him so much because he actually also kind of like, I think he just likes how Odysseus's mind works as well. And in a way, when Athena left him, like Hermes like swooped in and was just like, haha, your loss. He's mine now. Like, that's kind of like what I feel is happening with Hermes like popping up here. But also in a way I feel like Hermes is like, because I'm gonna be honest, Hermes is one of the few gods that just doesn't care. He's like, I'm gonna do my own thing the way I want to do it. And I don't care what like Zeus or anybody else says. So there is that. I think he just doesn't care. He don't care what happened. But I will say a lot of the God songs are definitely really powerful and definitely are really good. I think, like, you know, because it definitely captured a lot of them and how they were. Or how they are. It's just like, I think it's good. Especially considering that technically in the way, most of the God songs are villain songs. That's why they're so good. They're villain songs. They're like Disney villain songs, man. They just slap that way, man. And then Hermes is always the fun, like, you know, lovable side character that we have. That just everyone loves, no matter what he does. He can. he's just a goofy little guy. Just a goofy little guy. I like how half of this is just me talking about the song. Hello, Munchkin. What? What? I don't know what my puppers is doing. What puppy? Well, you know what? I'm gonna take a moment to stretch. I'm gonna get up. Actually, you know what? There's gonna be another ad that says that's gonna play soon, but you know what? I'm gonna play it now, and I'm gonna get up and do some stretching. So this is your moment to take a moment and stretch. So without any further ado, I'm gonna run the ads now, and do some 3 minutes of stretching and getting up and walking around a little bit. I also might be right back because I actually also have to go and use the bathroom, so I'll be RB. back. Hold on a minute. Let me move the mic. I picked up some candy. I got me some musketeers. They're just like the little musketeers. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Musketeer minis are like mini. Like, these are like the tiniest candy that I've ever seen. Compared to M&M's. By the way, if you don't know what a musketeer is, it's literally... It's just a marshmallow covered in chocolate. And sometimes... It's just a regular marshmallow, and sometimes the chocolate marshmallow. So I'm gonna enjoy these little sweets for a minute. I do have dinner. I already made dinner. I made dinner for lunch. I made some curry. And that's gonna be dinner. Because I always make a lot of it. Also, getting up and just doing some stretches was good too. Because sometimes I get really disoriented from staring and looking at the screen the entire time. And especially like streaming and everything, because like I have to talk. When I'm normally like sitting down and doing art, I can do it for hours and hours on end, but then I also have to have the energy in order to talk. Of course, you know, I don't have to talk the entire time whenever I'm working on something, but to me personally, I just like to talk when I'm doing art sometimes. That's just how it is on my end, at least. Oh my goodness. So it was really chilly when I first started streaming, so I had like a big giant comfy on, and I took it off and I put it on the floor, and someone has claimed it as her bed now. It has my scent on it. You know, Leia, I have to wash that today. It's not smelly, it just is... because I've been wearing it a lot during the winter, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it another wash. So. Yep, she's just completely claimed it. She's like, this is my bed now. For a while, it used to be. Because, like, I wouldn't wear it during the wintertime. So I wouldn't wear it, but now I do, because it gets, like, it's getting really cold. Let me just... There we go. Anywho. I'm just gonna... I will say that now, if I get up and, like, take a break, I can probably stream for a little bit longer than what I normally do. So I usually stream, like, you know, 3-ish hours, but I kind of want to do a little bit, like, longer streams, and I just kind of want to see if we can, I don't know, get to 4 hours sometimes. But considering that this is doing just some doodles, we'll see. I actually have thought about doing more days of streaming, but honestly, I've just realized that I can mainly only do a max of minimum, like, 3 days, because I kind of would do a lot of stuff outside of streaming, you know? So, yeah. But without any further ado, I'm gonna move this mic. Yeah, I gotta move some stuff around. Let me also just move my chair a little bit closer. I will say I do want like a newer drawing tablet. One, because this drawing tablet has served me well for many years, but I think it's not dying. It's not like dead, but it's too small for what I want to do now. And with what it used to be, like this was perfect, but now what it is like I definitely need something bigger. And by the way, this drawing tablet is about the size of my torso. It's like at least for width-wise, it's about the size of my torso. And it's about like 18 inches. Which is actually a pretty decent size. Like, I will say, the size of it is 18 inches, but the screen is only about 15. I know, because my laptop screen is 17 inches. So, so I know how big that thing is compared to this. So I know that this is definitely smaller than my laptop screen. So I do want something like a little bit bigger. I've seen people have like those big gigantic ones that are like 24 inches, and I'm like, that is a big boy. 24 inches is the size of my other monitor. When I'm playing games and stuff like that, that's the size of my other monitor that I have. And it, I will say, if I had a drawing screen that big, probably actually wouldn't be that bad. But I think 22, like an in-between, you know? In between that, a little bit smaller, not too big. Because if it's too big, I feel like I will run out of space so quickly on my office. Or on my table. On my office table. There we go. Words. There are no words. What is this thing called language? But I do not know it. Language is terrifying. Language, what's that? I don't know. Just doing random stuff now. I like how I just have decided, screw talking, I'm just gonna draw now. I was almost gonna put something on the eye patch, but that's a spoiler for later. That's you're gonna have to read the comic to figure that out. I think when I do more back sketches, I'll sketch that out. But yeah, it's Art's brother, everyone. What? You can now understand the reason why Argaleth married him. He was like, "I'm taking that priest." There's a reason. There was a reason. I don't know if I wanna. I'll just leave it. These are representing the god. Because technically all of the gods under that of the sky are related with animals. So George is the frog. Lightning, the god of lightning is a snake. Thunder is a ram, and sky is a bird. So I wanted to somewhat capture their, at least a representation of that animal. That's why this one has a lily pad to represent the frogs. This one has snakes. Let me see. Oh, I did it again. I don't know why this is doing this. This is so weird. I don't know why. It's so weird. So I did have another like body shape idea where I was gonna draw her like a little less thicker, but then I was like, nah. For some reason, I've always wanted to make this one thick. I think this is the thickest female character I have. Aside from Art. Art's also thick. I'd say... Oh, hold on. I need to pull up some reference for this really quickly. So the reference for this one is an archbishop. And the reference for this one is going to be a friar. So let me just get archbishop up. There we go. Images. Why did when I typed in Arch, the first thing that popped up was Archive of Our Own? I think that says a lot about me than it does anything else. Oh, I was gonna make the Archbishop the Thunder, and I was gonna make the Sky one the Friar. Okay, I mixed this up. I don't know how to... There we go. I'm looking at Friar, but I might not go with it. See, this is why I wanted to choose Friar for Thunder. I might switch these around. So, if you don't know what a friar is in the Catholic Church, in a way, it's basically just It's basically kind of like nuns, but the male version. That's basically kind of what friars are. They also take a vow of celibacy, you know, with their marriage being towards that of God, and all that, so they don't get married or anything like that. In a way, I think I can describe a friar. The best way I can describe a friar is basically like a monk, and I think back in the day they used to call them monks. So, and I will say the clothing does remind me of like monk. If you want to know what a friar is, literally look up anything with Robin Hood and Friar Tuck. Yeah, that's a friar. Yes, they can do some rites, I believe. I don't know. I don't think that they can do all rites. So rites just means, so in the Catholic faith, there are certain rites that you have to pass through. This is basically like different ceremonies. There's ceremonies, but we call them rites. So the rite to sacrament, right? That is when you are able to eat. Oh, excuse me. Mama Art is calling. I'm gonna mute. Mama Art's on her way home, so I'll just I gotta get up and unlock the door for her, and then I'll come back and talk about more Catholic stuff. I'm so glad I muted my mic because like everything fell down and my dog was again extremely hyper. He was going nuts. But anyways, so friars can only perform certain rites, and a rite is just like basically you go through a ceremony. So like, you know, the rite of sacrament, you drink and you are able to now have the body and blood of Christ, which is the host or the bread, and the wine. Again, I was I am an ex-Catholic, so I wasn't a part of the traditional Catholics, like the really hardcore ones. I was just like regular mainstream Catholicism. But I did kind of like leave. I left the church because of other reasons, not because my church was terrible. I just personally left. technically, I think I'm still registered under the Catholic Church. I just didn't. I just don't have time to go back there and like erase it, but it's okay. I don't mind it. But friars basically, they are able to perform certain rites. I do believe that they can perform marriages, but it might have changed. It might have changed where they can't do that anymore, because again, you know, Catholic Church does change a lot with its rules and stuff. Which, by the way, you know what's super funny is, as a ex-Catholic myself, and now seeing, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but the Vatican, which by the way is the main that is the basically headquarters of the Roman Catholic religion, of the Catholic religion, is the Vatican under the Pope, right? The Vatican released a anime mascot for the Vatican. And I was like, oh my gosh, what? What? They did what? And I showed my mom like a meme, and the meme was like, I have the power of God and anime on my side. And I'm like, oh my gosh. It's such a good meme, but I showed it to my mom and she didn't understand it. And I was trying to explain to her, it's supposed to be a funny meme. Like, it's supposed to be a joke. But she was like hooked on the word of like, how could you make this thing curse? And I was like, Mom, it's from a meme of just a kid in middle school saying that. It's just so funny, okay? It's just a funny thing. But she was like so hooked on that, and I was like, the original sound and what they're referencing is from something else. They did not make this up for this character, and she thought that that's what was happening. So I had to explain to her what a meme was, and then I had to explain to her what the thing was. Boomer parents, am I right? No. There are times where I am very much boomer as well, so. But anyways, monks. Yeah, again, monks are very, 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 very simplistic as well, because there are, well, they're not monks, friars. Now, when you are addressing them, when you're addressing a friar, so there are different ways in the church for different things to say to different people. And you might be like confused about that. So this is in the Catholic Church. When you are in the Catholic Church, there are certain kind of quote informal addressings that you can give or say to somebody, to like a friar, a nun, a priest, the archbishop. Basically, for friars within the Catholic Church, we say they get the title of brother. So when you're calling them by name, you say brother, you know, let's say brother Bob. When it's like a nun, you say sister Mary, right? That's what you say. Now if you're talking to one of like the head nuns, like the Mother Superior, who's like the head, it basically, she is equivalent to an archbishop in a way. If you're talking to Mother Superior, you say Mother, and then her name, like Mother Teresa, right? So that's where that comes from. So she was not called Mother Teresa because people viewed her as a mother. No, she was called Mother Teresa because that was her title. And then for priests, you say Father so-and-so. I would say if you want like a good way of how like people address it, covenant and covenant is like a comic on webtoons that you can read, and it kind of, you know, you can basically read through that and you can be able to understand like what is happening. But they don't call each other. It's basically like in a way saying Mr. and Mrs., but they're given these titles instead, you know. When I do believe when you're addressing an archbishop, you also say father. I don't know about the Pope or cardinals though. I think they might have different, but I have to look into that a little bit more, because again, I never talked to cardinals. I talked to an archbishop before. He was pretty cool. I will say also, for the most part, many Catholics, and especially that of Catholic priests and nuns and friars, are pretty chill. They're not trying to indoctrinate you into the faith. They are, most of the ones that I was talking with or have ever talked with, are pretty much chill. Like, you can come up to them and talk to them about sports, and they can just talk about sports and oh, my mother's now home and my puppers is very, very excited. But yeah, so you got some Catholic knowledge in you. Catholicism. But yeah, that's again, even though that I went to Catholic school, I only went to Catholic school for like the first few years of my life. And then in high school and everything, I left. I kind of like was starting to like leave it a little bit, but I still went to church until I was like about 18-ish, because then at that point my mom was like, you know, you can decide on whether or not you want to go to church, really. But even like before that, I kind of like ended up stopping. Even when I was in high school, I kind of ended up stopping. But yeah, I think like the last time I stepped inside of a church was like 2 years ago, so but yeah, again, really, I would say, like, you know, the reason that I'm probably making these characters referencing this is because, like, in a sense, like, art is an extension of me, and because, like, this is Art's, like, home. This is, like, where she was born, like, kind of situation. Like, this is a part of her, right? As much as it's a part of me. Like, my religion was a part of me for a while. And now I'm not, you know, now I'm not religious anymore. But, at the same time, like, it's still a part of me. So, in a way, I'm just kind of referencing that within the story. A lot of the stuff that you're going to see and what it is like things I'm kind of referencing from my own life, especially if it has to do with art. It's usually referencing from my own life. When I'm with other characters, that's more of like an interpretation. It's more of like an extension of things that have probably happened to people, or like stories that I want to explore and tell, right? But in a way, each of the characters has like a connection to me in some way or form, or a connection to somebody that I know. Not all of them. Like, most of these side characters don't. Most of these side characters are either inspired by other people or other characters that I love and enjoy. They're just kind of being like mishmash posh into this, right? I mean, that's what the High Priestess of Wind is. Yeah, she's kind of just a mishmash posh of characters and things. I guess in a way, if she was a person that I would be referencing from real life, I don't know. I think I have one person in mind if I would reference them, but I think this person is above them, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm literally like looking at friars right now. Yeah, I think I'll save the friars for. You might be wondering, why am I not just doing a priest? Because these guys are supposed to basically be like above that, right? Why is it saying a picture of 3 different friars together? Do friars have... Do they have, like, different... Do they have, like, different stuff? I like how it says Catholic monks. Oh, yeah. I forgot. There's also deacons. Okay, so deacons are basically diet priests. That's all I can say that they are, because they basically are. Deacons are diet priests. Deacons are... They basically kind of go through like a little bit of the priesthood process, but deacons can get married. I think they're one of the only like areas of the entire order that can. I believe they can. They are the only ones, which is interesting. That a deacon is the only one out of the entirety of the religion that can get married. Also, I don't know why, but there is actually nothing in the Bible nor in that of the Catholic religions and traditions that directly say that priests can only be men. I'll just put that in your mind for a little bit. I mean, the only order that kind of says it is like kind of like the Order of the Vatican, but like it's not really in the Bible. But I think the reason that they believe that is because, well, Peter was a guy, so Peter is the only one. What the heck is this? Oh. So, what do I want to make her? Friar or archbishop? Oh. You know, the funny thing is, an archbishop also wears like the cardinal stuff as well, I believe. Which again, is interesting. I'm learning stuff more about my religion than I ever have when going to Catholic school. And I don't know what that says. It's very interesting. Yeah. The reason I wanted to choose an archbishop for so let me just like minimize this. So the reason I wanted to choose archbishop for this guy, which is the priest of the winds, is because an archbishop has a staff. They have this staff thingy, and it's supposed to be reminiscent of like a shepherd's staff. And I wanted to give them this staff. Because the deity of thunder is a ram. So it's a sheep. It's basically a sheep. It's a sheep. And an archbishop has this like cool little hat thingy. So let me just... And what I was thinking about doing was making the hat thing have ram horns on it. take inspiration. My mother just scared me because all of a sudden I just heard, "Hi, honey," right behind me, and I'm like, what the heck? That was so loud. At least to me it was. But then put ram horns here. Right. Excuse me. And then I don't know. I think it just gives like just a cool overall like silhouette. And then technically this is mainly what they wear for ceremonies. This is not what they wear like casually, I will admit. It does technically also mean that rams, snakes, and snakes, and sheep are sacred, technically. I'm gonna give him some sleeves. Now, typically, I'm changing this up a little bit because, for the most part, how this is actually cut is most priest garments, because basically he's wearing a priest garment. Most of the priest garments are like this. Okay, priest garments are just kimonos. They're just kimonos. Because they're cut exactly the same way. That's what a priest garment is. But it does have, they do have these like collar thingies here, which are going around, but on an archbishop, it kind of crosses in the front. Now some of these like, it's because some of these actually cross over like this, but it's like all connected and it's like one piece. So sometimes they're like this. Archbishops get this. Regular priests get it on the side like this. So, fun facts with art about design. So I would like this for it to be, I want it to be shorter because I don't want it to be long. The reason that they're long is because they're kind of, in a way, referencing the style of what you would technically wear if you were in the same lands that Jesus was. That, in a way, that's what they're kind of referencing. I am also going to make this shorter too. I do like how most of these people have very flowy stuff, but it makes sense. I have a very dumb idea. I was like, should I give him shoes? And I'm like, you know, it'd be funny. Just give him no shoes. He has no shoes. He's just walking around being fruit. Oh, you know what? I'll give him sandals. How about that? I'll give him sandals. Let's go for a full shepherd look. Why not? I need to start making a ranking of how many characters have their toesies out. Because there's actually a few. There's 2 in the main cast. No, there's 3. No, there's 4. No, there's 5. Wait a minute. There's only Art and Selvik that have their shoes. Well, Selvik technically doesn't have shoes. It's like weird. Oh my god. Why do I have so many characters with their toesies out? What the heck? Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? I think I have doomed my comic before anything has even furtherly started on it. Oh my gosh. Great. Just fantastic. I didn't even notice that. It technically Fira is wearing shoes, but you can still see her toes. I've actually been thinking about fully covering it up, but then I'm like, no, I think it's cool. I don't know. It's like she's so brave to keep her toes out because she's just like, yeah, I'm definitely never going to stub my toe ever with these shoes on. It's a great idea. Great, fantastic idea, me. Also, technically, yes. This is their weapon. Because I could argue, like, you know, they could use it to make, like, thundery sounds, right? I originally was gonna actually give them, like, a drum and stuff, but I think, like, the staff is really fun. Hello, puppy. Oh, you were over on this side. Where are you? Oh. She's under my desk somewhere. Ah! Oh my gosh. Duh. Yeah. A moth ran into my face. Ew. My puppy just did a big burp. Excuse you. Come here. my dog. Hello. Miss Ma'am, would you like to say anything to the audience? Would you like to say anything more besides a little grunt? Nope. That's it. She's like, that's all I have to say. She also bonked her head on the mic, so if you heard a little bonk, that was her head. Oh, so big, poofy hair. His eyes a little bit further down. Because technically on the model, this is where the eyebrows are supposed to go. I don't know why, but I really now have, for some reason, I just have get in the water stuck in my head so much right now. I don't know why. Oh my god, they're so adorable. Why are they so cute? I'm gonna probably kill you later. No, I won't. It depends. It depends. How much death and carnage do I want to bring? I don't know. I know this much right now. I think this is my second. There's only a few characters that I give the title of my baby boy, and I think this one also gains the title of my baby boy. But the question is, will I torment this baby boy like I have tormented the other one? That is a question for later. Oh, I'm super sad that you're not going to be able to hear my deep, deep laughs. Well, that's how it is. Oh my goodness, we are almost at 3 hours. Hoop hip hooray. A hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. I don't know where I was going with that. You know what the funny thing is? I just realized I gave this man such a muscular body underneath this. and he has that face. Look. Sometimes cute little adorable faces need to be put on some good bodies, okay? I don't know where I was going with that, but that was not on purpose, as you can tell. I just wanted to give him a cute little face. That's all I wanted to do. Sometimes this happens in character design. And I will say this much. When it comes... Okay. So, a lot of people will tell you when you're making character design that you should probably design, like, a lot of variety of different characters. And while yes, that is true, sometimes I just already have done all the character designing in my head and really gone through it to get to this point. So it's like, I kind of like mishmash design draw it in my head, and then I put it on paper. And the thing is like, these are still sketches. I might go through it and like do more, but for right now, like, these are side characters that you're only gonna see briefly, and spending that amount of time on side characters that you're probably never gonna really see much of is kind of a little bit of a time wasting thing. So if you're doing it with side characters, I would recommend that you kind of back it off a little bit. Let I had to redesign a few times, so Let did go through that process, but now he's fine to where I think he's like good and set. Because Let is definitely a reoccurring character that we're going to be seeing. So he's more of a reoccurring side character that we will be seeing continuously. Also, there is an ad coming up, so I just wanted to say that if you are designing characters to side characters, maybe do a few sketches, but don't do a shit ton, because you should save that for main characters or main side characters that you're going to be interacting with a lot more often. Because if you're just gonna do it for like a few seconds, then, you know, I don't think that that's a good service to have. So that's why I'm like just sketching these for doodling's sake. Again, sketches are always subject to change. The ad should start any minute now, by the way. You know, I might take this time to actually get up and stretch a little bit. Stretch time, stretch time. It literally is giving me like once an hour that I should probably get up and actually stretch a bit. So we're gonna do some stretches. I'm actually gonna get up out of my chair. I'm not gonna sit in my chair. See, it makes it easier to do that kind of stuff a lot longer. If you get up and kind of exercise a little bit. That's actually what I kind of want to get a standing desk for. Just to be able to get up and stand for a bit and kind of stretch and maybe work a little bit and then put it down and sit. So let me run. There we go. I was readjusting the mic a little bit. I might need to go and get more water soon. Oh, hello everyone. Welcome back. I am like, so I have been like wondering for a bit if like streaming like for a longer period of time is like better. And apparently some people were saying that it seems like nowadays with like Twitch for some reason that you need to be streaming like longer hours. And I'm like, unless you're like not really built for that, like don't stream that long. Honestly, I'm just gonna kind of finish up on these sketches and then probably be calling it a day. So, because now I'm just like, I when I start streaming, I kind of like gain a lot of energy. But what I'm gonna try and do is try and keep that energy like more sporadic throughout the rest of the stream. But I don't know like how to. I think I gotta like learn to pace myself a little bit better with stuff. And I think maybe with our streams, I gotta get used to, like, it's okay to be a little bit quiet here and there. You know? I do have some music on in the background anyways, so, for all of you to enjoy. Oh, shit. Oh. Hold on. I'm looking for like something else to listen to because I kind of like listening to stuff in the back. Oh, you know what I forgot to talk about earlier? Is it's my birthday month. This is my birthday month. We're gonna have like a small celebration on and when I mean small, I mean like nothing's planned. There's like no subathon, there's no nothing. It's just come, join, and we have fun. That's all I care about. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kinda like sick and tired of seeing like people using their birthdays as like subathon events. And I think like last year I was kinda like, I don't know, it feels like just a little weird to me. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna instead just have a small celebration. That's what I want to do for my birthday. I normally don't. I talked about this like on Twitter and Blue Sky. I normally don't do anything for my birthdays normally. Well, actually, I didn't really talk about it, but I don't normally do anything like too special, you know. Maybe like a birthday cake, and that's pretty much it. all I know is like it's just the one day that my family remembers I exist. Like the rest of my family remembers that I exist, and I'm usually sometimes either, honestly, like majority of my family just says like happy birthday. Like that's it. When you become an adult, like no one sends you presents or anything anymore, man. So it kind of like your birthday kind of is just like, oh, we know that you exist another year. And I'm like, that kind of feels sucky. So that's just how it has been for me IRL for like the most part. Like my mom like kind of still does something special. She usually asks like, do you want to do anything special? And I'm like, and I think like being asked what you want to do on your birthday is like kind of takes the fun out of it, because I'm like, I feel like shouldn't you as an individual person kind of know what I want or anything? So, but also like, you know, a lot of things have happened to like my mom and I, and even though that we are pretty close, I think for the most part there are times where we don't understand each other very much, but we're still very respectful of each other, you know. So there is that. But I just thought like for stream and stuff, I didn't want to do a subathon thing. Like, you know, it'd be cool, like, you know, oh cool, this is a way that I can help raise money for our PC, but I'm like, I kind of don't want to do that. As much as like, yeah, but it feels greedy, okay? It just feels like, you know, hey, it's my birthday, give me your freaking money. I just don't like how that feels. If you want to send stuff, if you like want to drop subs, if you want to do donations, you can still do that. I'm not discouraging people. It's more of, you do not have to do it. And I feel like it's gonna end up happening even if I say I don't really care. But if I do get anything, or like if people give me any money or anything like that, I will, that is going like directly into getting a new PC. Because my laptop is great and all. Like, I think it's great to stream art. It's great to stream the smaller games that we play. But like trying to stream like Monster Hunter, Phasmophobia, I wanna stream Baldur's Gate again. Like playing those games like requires so much of beefier hardware now that I don't think that my PC can, my laptop can be able to handle it anymore. So I'm slowly working to build one, and I'm almost to like $1,000 right now saved in my back pocket. I am putting away money for taxes in case the IRS call me, so don't you worry about that. I am smart. I made sure to start putting that stuff away immediately. Every time that I make money, I immediately like say, okay, what's 30% of this, and 30% of it just goes into taxes, and then the rest I put into where I want to put it. So that's how I do my stuff. Just so I immediately have money saved away for taxes. And I do not touch that. I do not touch that pile. It is the untouchable pile. Do not touch it. Holy snap, there's actually a lot of orders. I'm going into what is this? Oh yeah, I forget that there's different orders depending on where you are. Damn. So, another fun thing about Catholics is that technically we have different, quote, orders, which is just like different subsects, or yeah, subsects of the religion. My search history is gonna be whack for this. It's gonna be so whack. Because one day I'm gonna be like, I'm researching like monks and Catholic priests, and then the next day I'm like looking up archive of our own. The true duality of man. Okay, I think I know. What the heck? Are those supposed to be pockets? I'm so confused. Alright. Well, I think I'll go with something like that for one. But maybe give it a little bit more flair. Also, by the way, if you guys are kind of wondering, like, why are all of these gods that these high priests and priestesses, like, you know, under, like, you know, why are they animals? It's because it just has to do with like a little story. I might do like a mini comic of the story, and a mini comic is like, it's just gonna be a few pages of a mini comic of talking about the story of like how the god of rain, lightning, thunder, and wind came into being, and all of them were animals, like they were mortal animals that eventually they became gods because the god of the sky allowed them to ascend to godhood. So the ram, of course, took its fleece and turned it into the clouds, right? And then, of course, the lovely bird flapped its wings and created the breeze. That of lightning struck with its fangs and created sparks, creating lightning, you know? And of course,
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water. They turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap.
Center, I need a minute. Holy snap. The Twitch integrated throwing system for some reason was not having a sound, and now it does. Boo is right. What the heck, Center? It's not spooky month anymore. I shouldn't be scared. It isn't spooky month. Don't scare me like that. But Hello Raiders, welcome in. I'm Art Creates. I'm a Storm D&D VTuber, and right now we're kind of working on some sketches of my characters from my comic. Which is actually based around my VTuber lore. Yay! You came in right when I was explaining why all of them are the way that they are. But we're currently doing the high priest and priestesses of a particular religion that is going to be covered in chapter 6 of the comic. And actually, funny enough, me being a storm deity, these guys are all the high priests and priestesses of the skies. So yeah. It's just I just needed to get this kind of stuff done with sketching all these characters out, so that's what we're kind of doing. They are side characters. But hello, Center. Welcome in. Oh, let me give you a shout out. I forgot about that. We do not have clip pop outs, so don't worry about that. But if you do need to go, Center, I understand. Oh, you were playing Lies of P. How's Lies of P going? Oh my goodness. I hope it went well. I hope you beat up many baddies. I do not play Souls games, so it's fun, loving it. I'm glad. I actually like Lies of P because of the storybook stuff. We beat 2 bosses? Yo! Center, you get a gold star for beating 2 bosses. Get a grand good golden star for that. I wish I could. I wish I had like a gold. I feel like I need a gold. It's gonna go longer, but my internet is dying. Oh no. I'm actually trying to stream longer myself. I think I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can go 4 hours. See what happens. I'm actually just streaming as long as I need to stream. And then I go. But here's some of the high priest. Here's some of the characters, because I know that you really love the comic, so. So this is the High Priestess of... None of them have names except one. This is the High Priestess of Rain. I'm not late. Yeah, totally not late. Don't worry about it. Welcome in. I'm just gonna show off these characters a little bit. So this is the High Priestess of Rain, which we will be looking at in maybe chapter 7. I haven't really sketched out chapter 7. I'm just now sketching out chapter 6 of the comic. And currently working on chapter 5. These are all side characters that are going to be in the comic. Here is Let, which is character art's brother. Yes, this is based on my VTuber lore too. It's hard to explain this to new people. If you're on Blue Sky, I now have a feed directly for this, so it's like all gonna be in a nice collection, so you can all see this stuff, which I think is gonna be so much better. I love the feeds function on Blue Sky. It has been so helpful. I just gotta put stuff in there though. That's the issue. I know what I'm gonna be posting the next few days. But here we have Let, which is Art's brother. All of them, by the way, are based off of Catholic, some of the Catholic, I don't know how to say it. Catholic order? I don't know. I'm an ex-Catholic, so that's why most of this inspiration is from there. So, of course, the High Priestess of Rain is referencing nuns. Referencing cardinals. This one, I'm gonna see if a friar works. We're gonna see how it works, but this is gonna be the High Priestess of Sky. I just have of Wind. I just haven't sketched her yet, and we just finished Thunder. who is who is based off of Archbishop. Looking awesome. Yeah, I really like how they're kind of coming out. I'm not gonna probably go through a whole lot of sketching like processes with these. I will say Let's brother went through like a few iterations. At one point he looked like Leona from Twisted Wonderland. Which was an inspiration a little bit to how I wanted to redo his hair. Because originally I went through a few sketches and I originally did this, but then I was like, the color palette might still move forward with, because I do like the reds and the blacks. And then I sketched this, which I think is a lot better. And also, yeah, he's a man that got an eye patch. Arr. So yeah. I was thinking like next week to sketch out some of Art's friends and maybe some other stuff. I don't know if I want to sketch out the villains yet, and the reason being is because, well, I can sketch some of them out maybe, but I don't think there is one person I don't want to sketch. Because that is spoilers. I can't sketch the main bad guy on stream because when you finally see him, it's supposed to be a revelation, so we're not gonna do that. Gotta keep it hush hush. Sometimes I like when we don't know who the big bad looks like. It's like I'm basically applying the monster movie method to him, where you don't see him until you need to see him, you know? Like, you don't see the monster until they want to show you the monster. That's it. Yeah, that the other thing is too is like there's a lot of other things in the story that I had written out, so I wanted it to be a little bit more complex. A lot of the story is very, very complex, and you'll see that as we continue on. But I actually said I was like, this guy has such a cute face, and I'm like, I want to give him so much trauma, but then I'm like, nah, maybe I'll just kill him later. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, it depends. I don't kill characters unless they need to be killed, like unless it's gonna be impactful, because like the last thing that you want to do with your writing is kill off somebody and it mean nothing, you know. So if I'm gonna kill him off, it's gonna mean something. Right now, I gotta try and figure out how to make. I like have I'm trying to see how I can, because this one's supposed to be based off of a friar, and I don't really know how I'm gonna go about doing this one in a way that still kind of keeps the shape language, but is not the same. Because this one was easy, because she's supposed to be basic. But this one's supposed to be flamboyant, and I'm giving them like super basic stuff. So this one I might have to resketch a little bit off stream as well. But I do have some ideas. because this one, the one I'm referencing is not the typical friar. It looks like it's a different order, because there's different orders, and depending on which order you're in, it you might wear something different. I know that the only one that I feel like is universal is definitely the only one that I can think of that is universal is nuns. By the way, I am an ex-Catholic. That's why I'm basing a lot of this off of there. And also considering that most of where art is like where she's from is based off of like a lot of Europe and stuff. So I'm kind of somewhat in a way mixing stuff together to make what the religion is. Because technically the religion is not based extremely off of Catholicism. It's just the outfits kind of are, but the religion itself is not, because Let here is married. And a way of how I decided to make it so that people could know that somebody is married is there's two factors. There's two factors. One, their hair is tied. So the hair is tied. He also has his hair tied in the back with a little thing. So their hair is tied in whatever fashion. And also they have a necklace. I don't know if anybody has noticed in the comic, but Art's hair is not tied and she doesn't have her necklace. Has anyone noticed that yet? I don't have my hair tied and everything in the comic. That is not a neglect, that is on purpose. That is not a neglect of my design. I always have like those kinds of things when I'm doing character design at the back of my head. Just like it adds like a little bit, to me it feels like a little bit more world building to have these like small little details. Because it's not like outright said. It's most people already understand it and it's implied. Because there is a point there, I'm kind of like still sketching this this thing out in my mind, but there is a way into when Art gets her necklace, and let's just say a lot of people end up confused because of how she gets it, and it just kind of doesn't make sense, let's just say, because usually when somebody gives you, because usually somebody makes you a handmade necklace, in a way a handmade necklace, and they give it to you, and it's a way of saying like, hey, it's like giving somebody a ring, basically. It's like, you know, will you say yes? But people know like the necklace in itself is basically saying like, will you marry me? And if you accept the necklace, then that's agreeing that you will marry, and if you do not accept the necklace, then that means that you're saying no. So, yeah. And then the person that gets the necklace makes a necklace in return, and gives it to them. And then that's like the engagement period. And then when they get their hair tied, then that is saying these people are married. So there's two. So basically, the hair tying is the marriage portion, and the necklace wearing is the engagement portion. So, look, I put a lot of thought. I put way too much thinking into this, but I just didn't want to do rings, and I wanted to do something more interesting. So I did something more interesting. That's totally fair. Yeah. But I'm a big world builder person, and actually I'm working on a video right now talking about like the cryptid stuff, like the cryptid art that I made, Like, so I'm literally working on a video right now, but after I'm done with that video, I want to start working on a video of talking about world building and like simple, easy steps to world building, like 4 easy steps to world building. Because, you know, there's a lot of different ways to do world building, but like I think like this is the easiest way to do world building, and I hope that maybe it can help people. And not only can it help people with world building, but my method not only helped me with doing world building, but also characters, because knowing the world helped me figure out why do characters wear things the way that they are wearing it. Like, for example, making the religion inspired by Catholicism in a way, at least when it comes to the design of what they are wearing. So now it makes sense to why they are wearing the things that they're wearing, because they're high priests and priestesses, and I'm referencing that of Catholic stuff because they have like churches and things instead of like big giant temples. But if you go elsewhere in the world, they're not going to have that, and they're probably going to have priests and priestesses, because another one of our main characters, Taida, is a priestess, but she doesn't really look like one in the way that you would think that she would. So, and that is because they have different ways of how they wear their clothes, hence reflecting that in the religion. So I put way too much thought. Whenever I'm explaining this to people, and especially the only person I'm like really able to talk about this with is literally my boyfriend, because I know he'll keep his mouth hush hush. He's not gonna say anything. I've told him so much. He knows the entire story of the comic, like from beginning to end. But yeah, Sitter, if you ever want to talk about stuff, like if you're questioning things in the comic, we can talk about it. I will just not tell you all the spoilers. Because I want to keep that stuff hidden for you too, friend. It's like, you know, it's like there's so much that I want to do, and I'm like, you don't know how much I want to say so much more about this, and I can't. Because if I do, I spoil so much. Though I feel like then again, some people are gonna there's projects I'm working on at the moment I can't talk about. Yeah, there is a project I did work on that I can't talk about, and I just finished it, and I'm excited for when I can talk about it, because it was pretty fun to work on. But yeah, like my comic stuff is like right now it seems like the biggest project is right now the comic, which is great. And then you know, and of course my 2.0. I do have some project stuff to do with that that I don't want to talk about. I think though, I will say this much, a spoiler that I can give, because my 2.0 will be coming out, is technically, yes, that is the end form of art. That is her, does become her end form. I will not tell you how she gets to that. You have to read the story, because I'm not even going to explain it in the lore of the 2.0. The 2.0 is just getting lore of how I ended up on Earth. It's not telling you all the other stuff of how Art became who she is. You're gonna have to read the comic for that. But I still have to do stuff with that. I need to make like a little list of things that I need to get done. Because actually, most of the stuff that I need to get done for right now is like finishing up on emotes and like I think a little bit of overlays and George, and that's about it. I need to make a list. I need to make another list because I have a list. I need to make another list. I'm gonna have so many lists. I have so many lists as it is. But my plan for at least November right now is kind of taking the rest of this week and next week off to kind of work on whatever. And then the week after, start on chapter 5 of the comic. Because I kind of want to work each month, dedicate like one of it to working on the comic. And actually, chapter 5 is shorter than chapter 4 by a few pages. And when I mean a few pages, I literally mean like only a few pages. Like it's in single digits. You know what? Why don't we make this a little bit more form-fitting? I don't know why. I kind of want to give it like this shape on the inside. I will say this much though about the comic. I am making it that you don't even have to watch any of my other stuff or anything in order to read it and enjoy it. You do not have to know anything about me being a VTuber. You do not have to know any of that. You can just read it and just have fun with it. That's like the main thing, is I didn't want it to be tied at all in a way to my VTuber. Like it can be its own separate entity and it will be fine. That's like the main thing. That's why I'm like, I kind of call it my lore comic, but if anything, it's more than that now and just is its own individual story. And I'm like, let it go and be what it is. Yeah, me center. Yeah, exactly. That's how I definitely picture it too. Yeah, that's why I say character art. There's character art, which is like lore art, and then there's me. I do sometimes try and make art a little bit like me. I feel like chapter 4 is definitely more me than it is art. At least with some of the stuff of what she's saying and what she feels. So and actually, if anyone was excited, Daddy Art is in chapter 4, but he's not called Daddy Art. He has an actual name. But that name will not be revealed to you until later. But it does seem like I am on track for what I wanted, which was I wanted each arc to be about 10 chapters, and it seems like I am on track to do that. which is great. Now, sometimes it will be 10 chapters, sometimes it will be less than that. But right now, it looks like it's going to be 10. So currently, Art's chapter is gonna be, Art's arc-ish is gonna be ending in like, because if we're at chapter 5, that means, or chapter 4, that means there's only basically 6 more chapters. Oh, shush my alarms. That means that she only has like a little bit left. But again, that's not the end of her story. It's just, I call it the storm, well, the sky arc, because it has to do with that of powers of sky. And again, that'll all be explained. And eventually more stuff. Definitely chapter 4 and 5 are going to explain so much more of what is happening. Because I feel like chapter 3 explains some things, but now we're getting into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. And I'm kind of excited for at least I feel like some people might be confused with how character art is acting. But let's just say she is showing her true feelings for which I do struggle to show a lot of my feelings most of the time. So this chapter really does hit a lot when I was making it. I did have to rewrite some things because I didn't like how certain things were delivered. Because I think in some places I made her too aggressive, and so I wanted to soften that more. And you'll see it in the chapter that I softened her a lot more. Because it just didn't feel right for her to be as aggressive. I made her so aggressive. Like, hey, sometimes I'm like that. Like, sometimes people get me mad and I want to slap somebody, but I'm not gonna actually do it. And I'm like, ooh, I made her too aggressive. Yeah. Sometimes I don't even have like a script. I just have like bullet points. My story is just bullet points. It's just little bullet points and like it's in a little document. That's all I got. It would be so funny if like at one point I might do like some sort of like live Q&As or something with the comic. It depends. I honestly don't think that the comic is gonna get any bigger than what it is. It's just you know, it's fun to see like some people that are still like super duper interested in it, but you know, I'm glad that it's small, because with it being small, I don't have to deal with a lot of people reading it and then dealing with like fandom stuff, because I know the minute that that's gonna happen, it's probably at that point it's gonna start feeling like it's not my comic, it's our comic. And as much as like in a way, because of my VTuber lore, it's like it could get bigger. No, I'm not saying like I don't want it to get bigger. I appreciate that it's smaller, because then I might not have to deal with fandom culture. Because the thing is I know this. People are gonna start shipping Luthador and Art together 100% if it got really big and into fandom culture. The problem is Luthador and Art are the same person. Not really, but let me explain. When I was writing it originally, Luthador kind of didn't exist in the way that he did. Luthador spawned as an extension of some of my own trauma. So art is more of my inner personality. Luthador is an extension of a lot of things that have happened to me. So it kind of feels weird when people do it. Like, I know I can't stop people, but it just in a way would feel really weird. That's why I'm like, I don't mind if it gets bigger. I mind dealing with fandoms. And I feel like if I tried to say, like, you know, I feel like in a way if I tried to say, hey, those two don't end up together at all, like, the fandom's gonna start, like, pushing back, and you know how terrible it can get. Literally, there was somebody whose comic got really, really big, and they literally had to come out and say that the two main characters that people were shipping together were actually siblings, and people ended up, like, threatening them. It was bad. It got so bad they stopped making the comic altogether. So, like, there's that integral fear as, like, a comic creator that you kind of just have to deal with. I think as a creator in general, you have to deal with. But specifically in writing and comic and stuff, like, you know, fandoms can get really bad. That's why I'm, like, glad that it's really small right now. Will it probably get bigger later? Probably. Because, you know, the more I grow, and because I'm probably going to be working on this for several years. It's probably going to take several years to finish, you know? So I know that as I grow, that it's going to grow too. So I do understand that. It's just like, I will have to deal with fandom when it comes to it. Silent internet as you are. Yeah. It's just an unfortunate thing that I'm going to have to deal with, and I understand that 100%. And you know what I say to people, that if you do ship certain characters together, that is all fine and dandy. Just also respect the canon stuff that I have, because the other thing is that I do have characters that are canonically asexual and aromantic. And the one thing that would be really sad, as a person that is also asexual, is when you're trying to, like, ship them and, like, kind of dissing on their sexuality. And it's like, bruh, impressive. So, because I came out with, like, a little chibi, like, pride thing for all of them, and it shows, like, all of their prides. The sexuality part is a big one for me. Yeah. I gotta repost on Blue Sky the chibis of all of them. And also, because they all have, like, their flags. I know that the straight ally flag is a little bit questionable, but one of them is straight. Like, and I was like, I don't know how to show off because they don't technically, but they will. They are gonna, like, cheer all of them on. They would 100% be going to Pride rallies, just being like, you are valued. They would be beating up the protesters over there. And so I was gay like myself, and I would not want someone to ship me with a woman. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I'm bi, so I don't mind. Technically, there is gonna be some stuff. Plus, he has a husband. I mean, our character art in the comic currently does not have a husband, but technically VTuber art does. It will get there when we get there. Because Art has a necklace and her hair tied. Canonically, she is married. And I... No, I know what you mean. I know. Like, it's canonical center, like, character center is married. Hey. Yeah, but I have a partner, and I kind of wanted to show that in a way, like, you know, hey, I'm taken. But, so yeah. And technically, Art's love interest is inspired by my partner. He did get some inputs on how his character design looks. So how he's gonna look in it. I will say this much for his final design, because he has like a final one. He did ask, because I kind of like saw in the Discord that you guys were watching Sleepy Hollow. Sorry, I stalk people's Discord sometimes. Okay, I thought that you were watching Sleepy Hollow, and he did ask for a little bit of inspiration from the Headless Horseman. There's a reason. I saw y'all at the Smash. I saw you all. Yeah, but the first part, hey, no, center, no, you don't understand. Smash. I agree with you. Smash. Smash. You listen here, center. But his other design, he you want to know the only reference that he said for his, so he's gonna, so technically, I'm trying to like remember. So in the comic, character Jose is gonna show up like after the Sky arc. So afterwards. Let me get the thing. But the only reference that he gave me, he literally said, so here's like a sketch of, I have to finish this. But he just kind of swoops in and swoops out a little bit like Tuxedo Mask, but better, because he actually does shit. He's not like a damsel in distress. He like actually does things. But the only thing that he gave me was Dread Pirate Roberts from Princess Bride. And I looked at him and I was like, you understand that I would smash that man? And he was like, I understand. I'm like, okay, you understand my taste. You understand my taste. Literally his entire outfit is like, both outfits are smash. But this is the first outfit that you see him in. The second one, I will not tell you how he gets it, because that is spoilers. But yeah. I also love that he says, see you, m'lady. The reason being is because character art is from a family of nobles. So technically, Art's full title is Lady Therendel of the Spear-Hearted. That is her full title. That's why Art has the upside down spear. It's the Spear-Hearted. It's hard to see on my VTuber model, but in the comic you can see on Art's sleeve she has the upside down heart. It's because if you turn a heart upside down, it looks like a spear. Like the head of a spear. And that's what it's referencing. because all of her family are use mainly are well versed in much weaponry, but specifically in spears. Ooh, I kind of, you know what? I kind of like the design I'm going with this. Okay. So keep the frierness, but then put it with feathers on the bottom. I don't think I will do like this many feathers, but the feathers are nice. Because we're going for bird here. We're going for bird references. And also some wind. So let's go from some swirls happening for the wind aspect. This is at an angle and it's throwing me off. Reset it. There we go. Some wind designs. Technically, friars don't have this. This is like referencing peace more with this little thing. But I think it works. Also, fun facts for anybody that has read the comic, Art's mom used to be the High Priestess of Winds. So there's some funner facts for you guys. Again, a lot of things I would love to put into the comic, but I cannot. Might try and do some shorter, smaller comics maybe here and there when I can. I kind of want to make her a little bit older, so let me just raise that. There we go. I was gonna make her younger, but then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make her like middle age. Because she would have known Art's mom for a while. I don't know why, but why does she kind of slay though? She's giving such slay. I don't know why I end up doing this. I don't know how, but I made her so slay. She looks like she looks like an older person, just like, I'm gonna go out to the club. We're gonna have fun. I don't know. Sometimes this just happens. I just make something so grand. And honestly, I feel like she would. She'd be going out to the club. But yeah, that's all of them. So we have next week I might be doing more of these, so I kind of just need to get them done a little bit, but also I just kind of want to do some sketching. I think I've just been working too hard on making like really finished pieces that I'm just like, I just kind of want to sketch for a while. So, but we have our wonderful priestess of the rain, priest of lightning, also Art's brother Let, which I'm gonna be honest, I really like this design, but the one issue that I have with this is that even though that it's pretty simple, it's still a little complex. Like, this is simple. This is also pretty simple. Again, also simple. I'm kind of like still wanting to make them complex and unique, but still simple enough for the comic. Because one thing that's biting me in the butt with Art's design is Art's design, even though is also simple, is also still a little complex. Because of the amount of colors. So it takes me longer because she has so many color pieces to her. So. But like Luthador is easy. He's easy because he doesn't have many colors. Though I believe that's gonna change soon. At least in his design. So he's getting a new outfit soon for his stuff. And that'll be explained to why. You know, if anyone ever has outfit changes, like there is a reason. And technically Luthador's current outfit is from his past, so his new outfit is going to be for his new future. So yeah. I will say the one person I really wanted to get done was Let, because he is in chapter 6. Like he's coming up. Like in chapter 3 you just get Art sending a letter. So the Let in question is this guy. I do also have to draw Let's partner. I did sketch him, but I kind of want to redo him because I have a different way I'm going to approach it. There also is a few other characters that I'm going to be working on kind of sketching as well. Again, that is a little list I also need to make. So I have like some lists that I need to make this weekend. But without any further ado, I think we're going to leave it off here with all of the sketching. I do hope you like my little rants that we did. We had a few rants, but talked a lot about the comic. I hope that people do like this and are interested in probably sticking around and learning more about the comic and the characters and everything. And if you want to go and read the comic, it is free and available on my website for you guys to all read, of course. I always want to make it free and available to everyone. I know that some people I think, well, not people, but I've been thinking about if I did turn it into a print. And the good thing is for some reason, automatically, I am making it double the size for if I want to go into a print quality with it. So I'm already making it double the size and bleed size as well. So I can, in theory, actually already start, like, I could turn it into being able to make them actual prints, but that's like way further down the line if I ever do that. I'm gonna have to probably fund that myself if I'm gonna do it. I could do it through a publisher, but because it's already being published out and comic and stuff like that, I'm probably gonna have to self-publish if I ever do that. But I have been thinking about it if I do want to ever actually publish them out, but that's probably going to be like a future cool idea if I could do it. But I don't mind if people print out the comic for themselves and put it and make like their own books for it. I have no qualms against that, as long as you're making it for yourself and you're not like selling it. You know, it's the same with fanfiction. Like you can bind it yourself, just don't be selling it. So but yeah, so without any further ado, I'm probably gonna save some of these sketches. These sketches will be posted up, but I do want to post them up with a little description here of the character and some stuff, because I kind of just want to do that. Oh, that's weird. I kind of just want to do that for my own sanity, so I have like that already figured out with who they are and their names. So that is easy. Let Therendil, he's easy. I just want to name all the rest of these. I do have like kind of a naming scheme to some of them, because Art's name actually means thundering storm, and Let's name is actually coming storm. So, or the oncoming storm, like, you know, so like when it's like letting the rain come, right? Let the rain does come. So they are gonna all get their own little names and maybe a little bit of backstory as well, maybe a little blurb, something. But I'm gonna probably put it in the actual art piece than anything. So without any further ado, let me change over here. I like that I haven't changed in my chibi and I just never changed out. Also, for some reason, I got stuck with my my stuff on. I don't know how that happened. I think I must have done something and I was working on something and I kept it on. Anyways, I'm gonna do this stuff tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I have so much stuff open for references. But for right now, let's go and see if there's somebody that we can raid. Well, there's plenty of people we can. Okay, I know who are okay. I was like, honestly, do you want to know how you know you're gonna get a raid from me? If I'm interested in what you are doing. And someone got their hands on, okay, I know that some people probably don't want to get spoilers for Monster Hunter Wilds. I kind of don't mind because I still want to play through it. So I kind of want to just see how the gameplay of it is. So we're gonna raid out to somebody who is currently playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh no, oh no. It's fun. It is. Unfortunately, I can't play the beta because my PC would die. Because the recommendations for it are just terrible. Okay. But another recommendations. It's just like I can't. My computer was def chugging. Yeah, bro. Wait, Stenner, have you gotten the polygons? Have you gotten the polygons yet? I know why the polygons are happening. I know why. As a game artist, I know. I did at first. Yeah, I know why. I know what the problem was before it loaded. Yeah. So the issue is I know what's happening. So there's two ways of how this is happening. One, it's just so many polygons to load that it's not fully loading and rendering. The second one, because people have been having the issue of the monster will go away and then when they get closer to them, they're still in polygon form. That is because they are running on Unreal Engine 5. I believe this is Unreal Engine 5. With how it looks and everything, it's running on Unreal Engine 5. And Unreal Engine 5 has a cool little thing. Unreal Engine 5 will decrease the polygon count when something is farther away. So I think what happened was, in some cases, when the monster runs away, it does that. It decreases the polygons, but then it runs so far away that it decreases the polygons to such an extreme that when the person gets back there, it's taken a while for it to load back into the full polygons again. So that's a possibility, and it's so funny because then it tells me immediately what they're running on. Is Capcom's re-engine? Oh really? Do they have their own engine? Okay, it could be that too. It could be that maybe the engine is dealing with too much and that's also why. Because they could have been inspired by Unreal Engine to put that into their engine. Because I've noticed that probably a few people are probably going to do that. That's what Pokemon should have done, okay? There's a lot of people playing. I think that's also it too. If there's like a lot of people that are playing and there is taxing on the server, it can't do that. Each open world can handle 100 people. Wait, is it like World? Is it like World where you're just going, they just throw you into an open world? Like an open server, basically? Because if so, I hated that in World. Because I just got bumped into like a random person's lobby. It was kind of weird. I don't mind if I'm actually joining, like if I'm joining somebody, like we have like an agreement, I'm gonna go and join them or something like that. I don't mind that. It's the first time that they have done open world like this. Yeah, with 100 people, I understand that, but I'm like, my thinking is because with Monster Hunter World, what they did is like after you went through the tutorial thing, it just like bumped you out into somebody else's lobby. So I had to literally log out of the game. So I had to get out of the game and go back to the menu, and then I had to open up my own like private lobby instead so that I wasn't in somebody else's stuff. Like, I don't mind being in somebody else's lobby, but it was kind of weird, and I was live streaming it too, so it kind of felt like a little bit like, you know, because there's a chat, and you know, I didn't want to. People can't join because it's open, but you can join other people's and such. Okay, people can join because it's open, but you can join other people's and such. No, okay. I think we're getting confused. So the lobby is open. Yeah, but you can make it a closed lobby, or can you not do that anymore? Well, the lobbies that I had to open is like, I basically said friends only. So it was kind of like a closed lobby, but it was like friends only. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's my thing. It looks like he's fighting the lightning monster. The new lightning monster. Ooh, he just went down. I'm kind of like having him in the background because ads played. So I was like, I don't want to raid him when he's having ads. He just went down. So I think that's the perfect time to raid him, when he's not in the middle of a hunt. But I'm excited for playing it. I just hope that I can get my PC by then. Because honestly, right now, I've been saving up money on my own. I have almost $1,000 put away, but I need like 1,500 for what I want. Which is a little sad. I'm like, I want all this stuff. But it's like, the money gods have not blessed me, unfortunately. So. But the other thing is like, most of the money that I made was like through commissions, and I haven't opened commissions in a while, so been kind of losing out on that. But and then, you know, I'm gonna be honest, I don't make much from streaming, and I haven't even been able to find a job at all. If I had the money, I'd probably buy it now. The terrible state that we all live in. But anyways, I hope that I get it, and if not, I will just cry, and I will watch everyone else play Monster Hunter Wilds while I'm in the corner crying. No. But I'm gonna be honest, after I get my PC, I have no idea how I'm gonna buy it. Because it's like, well, there goes all the money. It's like, uses all my money to get a good PC to play Monster Hunter Wilds. Can't play Monster Hunter Wilds because has no money. Anyways, let me get the raid started. Sorry. I could just yap here all day. I got my energy back, man. I don't know how I got this. How I got this energy back. Hold on a minute. Oh, no. I keep putting the wrong thing in. Because I keep thinking, I don't know why I keep thinking that the that a slash I need to do shift with. But it gives me question mark instead. I'm like, what the heck? So let me get the raid started. There we go. Because I just like saw it. Mostly I check the friends list first whenever I'm gonna go raid, and then if I can't find anybody in the friends list, I usually go looking. So sometimes I'll go looking. So yeah, so we're gonna raid them, and you know, make sure that you tell them to do good hunts. It looks like they are off hunting. Oh my gosh, they're hunting George! They're hunting George the frog! How dare they hunt George? That's gonna be a funny one, because we have a new frog. We have a frog monster, and I'm just like, I immediately thought, George! George is in the game! George is now canonically in a Monster Hunter game. Anyways, let me just get this going. But I just want to say, Setter, thank you for the raid again, and thank you for all for joining this little sketch doodle thing. I'm probably gonna do it again. I'm just probably gonna do this a little bit more often. But anyways, as I always say, may the winds guide you until next time. Good. Bye, everybody.